team coming through. And Bears right now feeling the full force of that. Not going to fare too well.
You have to rotate in. It is zone 5. Woo. Immediately picks up Dusty. In my opinion, we're sitting here, right? Tiger, Ruby plays, have the advantage in this fight. Do you just push it to them? Sure enough, you do. And Ruby plays with the clutch, showing up big in the second half of Heat 4.
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
Another team coming through, and Bears right now feeling the full force of that. Not going to fare too well.
You have to rotate in. It is zone 5. Woo. Immediately picks up Deuce Beat. In my opinion, we're sitting here, right? Tiger, Ruby Plays have the advantage in this fight. You just push into them. Sure enough, you do. And Ruby Plays with the clutch, showing up big in the second half of Heat 4. The time is now. We have waited all weekend to watch and culminate to this moment. It is the DreamHack Summer Finals, baby. And of course, we're here to bring you that Fortnite action. I'm your host, Life with Panda, of course, joined by Mini Miner. We are here ready to go to get into the action today.
Oh, couldn't wait for this all weekend. This is the moment. We are here, and yeah, we have 50 of the best teams from this weekend playing for their chance to win a slice of that $250,000 prize pool. And of course, those top 10 qualification spots. We've talked about it all weekend. Go to Gamers 8. So it's an exciting event, and I'm very hyped to break down all the action.
Well, let's break down the action and the format for all of you at home so you get a better understanding of what we've gone through throughout the weekend and what has led to this moment now. Of course, day number 1 was Heat 1 and Heat 2. 24 total teams made it through the 2 heats. And then on the second day, which we just had yesterday, you had more teams actually make it through. It was actually 26 teams making it on through to the finals, which today culminates to a full 50 duos competing, again, for that opportunity in the $250,000 in prizing, as well as an opportunity to potentially go on to Gamers 8. The top 10 teams, of course, going to go on to the biggest gaming festival of the year. You may have heard of it, Gamers 8. So if you haven't heard of it, well, what are you doing? Go check it out, gamers8.gg. All the information is located right there for you. And, of course, you don't want to miss it.
No.
If you have the opportunity to be there in person, it is just absolutely stunning. It is, in fact, the best gaming festival of the year. So definitely don't miss that one. But let's talk about the leaderboards. Let's talk about all the heats, what led up to this moment, and where the players laid as it went through. Now, Heat 1, of course, was probably the most stacked heat. Typically is here in these DreamHack events. And, of course, 12 stacked duos making it through in Heat 1.
Yeah, this is almost like a playlist as well for what we're going to see today. Get a little preview as to how these teams did going into this. Of course, some big names on the screen, Malibuka and Thomas HD, the reigning champs from DreamHack Dallas as well. Of course, D-Roller, M-Pen up there as well, representing some NA action, as well as, of course, Acorn and Okus, some more NA talent that are there too. Ziandi Rescard, another team that I'm particularly excited to see today. And, of course, Keandro and Swifty qualifying through Heat number 1 as well. My Welsh friends qualifying through, you love to see it.
Oh, you love to see it. I mean, again, Heat 1 stacked, great 12 teams. But it wasn't just Heat 1 that qualified on. Of course, we have multiple heats leading into it. So let's talk about Heat 2. Now, this was an interesting one. I thought there was going to be a ton of big names, and of course there were that qualified in this one. But we did have a few of the up-and-comers slip into the fold here in heat number 2. But of course, we got to talk about Pink and Anas, 6th place right there. The reigning Gamers 8 champions. We'll talk more about Anas in a little bit. But there's so many incredible teams making it through. And of course, right here in the first half, almost all the NA teams have made it through that were out there. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That shows NA maybe on top here, Mini Miner.
Well, that's what the finals are here to decipher, which is the best region, you know. Of course, we have other regions competing as well. We saw some of them going through in heat number 3 as well. Mr. Savage and Vidal putting on an absolutely stellar performance, qualifying by nearly 100 extra points than they needed going into that top 12. Of course, another team that we were looking at all weekend, it's Steno and Lucy. Those guys doing very well. And Tayson and Mustache took all the way till heat number 3 to qualify through to the final. So a lot of teams would have, a lot of people would have expected them to do a little bit better early on. But, you know, they're here, they're in the finals, they should be happy.
Yeah, I think it took them a little longer than anticipated. But hey, listen, as long as you make it, that's all that really matters. And of course, Steno, Lucy, like you mentioned, they're the trendsetters, right? We saw them day number 1 of Zero Build last year in Gamers 8 come out swinging, had a massive lead. But then because they were the trendsetter, people started to realize what they were doing, and they took advantage of it. But let's talk about Heat 4, the final heat. Yeah. Of course, the most stacked leaderboard here, because there's 2 additional spots that led into this. And of course, looking at the top 14, quite a few NA teams made it through. And this was my question, and like thinking was, okay, this is the last opportunity for these teams. You have Kanata Agers, Season Blake. You have some other big names all coming in to Heat 4. Were they going to be able to make it? Of course, another team that just outside the threshold, 14th place, Cooper and Bizzle. So
close.
NA definitely was coming out swinging here for Heat 4, but also swinging, speaking of maybe a little boxer himself, Archie, making his way into the finals. And you know, I went on socials. I was thinking this guy's going to be excited. He's going to be ready for today. He's debating, should I move my flight to tomorrow or like? And I'm like, bro, move your flight, man. It's the finals. Compete for that money. And of course, that opportunity to go to Gamers 8. But it really comes down to who's going to play the best on the day. Because again, we saw in San Diego, we saw Quanti and Threat to make it through in the final heat, and that didn't indicate how well they were going to do in the finals, because they actually went on to win it all. They got first place in San Diego. We saw a similar situation in Dallas, where there was a couple teams in Heat 4 ended up making it to the top 10 that then qualified on to Gamers 8. So a lot of those stories exist. So I never want to count out those Heat 4 teams. But, of course, the heavy hitters from Heat 1, it's going to be tough to combat them. Yeah, of course. And of course, we are on a brand new Fortnite season as well. It's only been, what, a week and a half, 2 weeks since we've been in Chapter 4, Season 3. So we've even seen the meta developing throughout this weekend as well. The double Cybertron cannon that we see teams using. How strong is that? And of course, how strong is it going to be in the finals today? We're going to find out very, very shortly. But that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see all of these players developing, adapting to this new season, because that's what Fortnite's all about. How adaptable can you be? And of course, in the finals today, this is the first time we're going to get to see a full, stacked, set lobby with all of the best players on the weekend in this new season in Zero Build. It's going to be great. And I have some high expectations from our teams today, so I hope they don't let us down. Well, listen, speaking of best players on the weekend, of course, we have to talk about one duo, the reigning champions of Gamers 8 last year's Zero Build competition. That is Pink and Anas, but specifically Anas. We actually had an opportunity to sit down with him and talk about his placements in DreamHack summer events and so on. So let's go ahead and hear from Anas.
DreamHack for me has been really good, obviously, because I qualified in the first 2 heats. It was nice. Actually, I've been to every DreamHack in Sweden, at least. Not some of the other ones, but yeah, I come here every time. It's always good. I'm not that nervous when I play, because I've played Fortnite now for many years, so I'm kind of used to it. No, we don't have... we have a couple strategies, but we can't leak them. Yeah, I think me and Pink will qualify for Gamers 8. We're doing really good, and for me it's very important, because we were there last time and it was very nice, big prize pool, everything was great over there.
And some wise words there from Anas. Obviously not leaking any of the strategies going into the day. I respect it. Good on him. That's definitely the right play. You don't want to give up too much, right? But I am interested to see how he's going to do. I mean, this guy is a veteran in the space, not only in the DreamHack space, but traditional competitive. And of course,
you can't go without saying Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast champion.
I mean, you just have to mention it. It's a little easy $1 million event that he won. And that was not an easy event, too. So great on him to continue to compete despite all the success he's found. That's when you know you find a true champion and true, like, competitor is when they find a lot of success. They find, again, millions of dollars, tons of wins.
Yeah.
And they're still hungry and wanting more. You love to see it. And I can't wait to see what Anas does next. But it's not just Anas and Pink playing this weekend. No. We got Queasy Veno. We got Malibuca Thomas HD. And so many more teams ready and rearing to go as we prepare for the first game. But we got to check it out. Look at the venue, packed out, ready to go. You love to see it. I can't wait to see some of the excitement coming from the land pit. You know, this is a special, special time for these players. When they get those wins, they're jumping up, screaming, Kanata, potentially karate, chopping his desk in half. Listen, he loves those desk slams. Same thing with Queasy. Oh, hey. The guy himself, the Mr. Beast champion, Anas, of course, ready to go. Gamers 8 champion as well. Can't leave that out.
But I'm going to wave to him anyway.
Yeah. Hey, listen, maybe they got a screen of us right above.
Maybe.
It's like, hey, Anas, what's going on?
I love Anas. He's a legend. His dad as well is also, I believe, in attendance. They actually went to the beach yesterday because they qualified through heat number 1, I believe, and heat number 2, or the first day. So heat 2, of course. But they had a little group that qualified through the first day. So I thought, why not go to the beach? Day number 2. And hopefully they're feeling well-rested and relaxed going into the day. I know Pink and Anas, of course, they weren't playing together for a little while. Anas and Pink, they sort of switched duos. And it kind of didn't really work out for either of them. It was one of those situations where both players split. I was confused at the split initially, but maybe the vibes weren't working out or, some insider stuff like that. But it's one of those situations where both individual players didn't actually vibe out as well with their new duos. Of course, Pink playing with Nebs for a little bit, and us playing with Marine and switching a few duos around there. So it wasn't quite working out for either of them. So I hope now they're able to rekindle some of that chemistry that they had before, and hopefully they'll be able to find some more success.
Well, they already have championship chemistry. We saw them again win the Gamers 8 event last year, which means that they know how to do it together. And so it's just a matter of repeating that here in DreamHack Summer. Again, the final opportunity to qualify onto the Gamers 8 event. And so with already so many teams going on, do you think we're going to see some of the notable names that are missing from that list make it through? Will Queasy Veno make it through? Will Malibuca or will Merstash and Tayson make it through? Because Malibuca Thomas HD, they won last Dallas. So
they should be fine. They're in. They're chilling. They're just playing for the finals cast. But as you mentioned, I think we will because of course Queasy and Veno and Merstash and Tayson, they are uncontested. And Merstash and Tayson we saw all weekend going towards that Brutal Bastion area. They're now back at their Slappy Shores home. So I know we saw them, of course, qualify through Heat 3, but it wasn't actually that great of a weekend overall for them. They were landing at Brutal Bastion, as I mentioned. They switched things up, and it wasn't quite working out. There was so much action at Brutal Bastion all weekend. If you didn't see the Heats, then that's what went down. We saw 4, 5, 6 teams landing in the same area, and it just became so difficult for anyone to come out of there alive. And for Merstash and Tayson, they are a team that need that off-spawn. I guess every team do as well, but of course, them in particular, because of course, landing at Slappy Shores, usually they don't usually get contested on that north side. They're not actually usually contested when it comes to FNCS. So they need that uncontested drop to play that early game out well.
It's funny because there's a trend there. It's not just Merstash and Tayson, right? We've seen this in the past with Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale, right? Where when they're uncontested, they win it all. It's not even like a contest, right? But when they're contested or when they face adversity in the early game, that's when the team becomes derailed. It's like their success is very reliant on how they play off spawn and play those first 2 zones. So we'll see how that plays out for them. Because listen, no one's safe here at DreamHack Summer. Anybody can get landed on anywhere on the map, and so we'll see how it plays out. Now, again, of course, we've seen some early preview drop maps, right? Some prediction drop maps, but that's exactly what they are. They're people trying to predict where some of these players are going to go, and I think it's going to be tough to try and guess because of the just sheer amount of unknown variables in this lobby. Because again, we talked about it. There are a lot of heavy hitters, a lot of the big names that we expected, but a lot of up-and-coming duos as well, names that aren't as notable, stepping up the ranks, making it here to the finals, and looking to show these pros that they know what they're doing.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And of course, things can change. We saw it so many times in the past of teams switching up drop spots, of course, namely at the Invitational. Cammy and Seti, of course, getting landed on by Queasy and Venom. So if things don't quite go your way, then definitely things can change, of course, for the better if you do decide to switch things up. And of course, teams can change strategies. This is a 6-game format. It's zero build. Anything can happen. There's a little bit of RNG involved, zones, loot, etc. But anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and anything will happen. Let's be honest. We know what we're getting ourselves into as we get ready for today's games. We know there's going to be a lot of chaos. We know there's going to be some, obviously, game plan changes. And, of course, for a lot of these teams that are big teams, they were confident going into the day. I don't think they revealed their strategies in the heats, right? Because the heats can play very, very differently. You can be more aggressive. You can take more risks and still find those rewards of placing onto the finals. But in the finals, there's a handful of strategies that are close to the belt for these players and what they're going to do. So we'll have to watch those strategies come to fruition and see how these players can adapt and handle what is going their way, because you already know, especially the players with coaches like a Queasy Veno, of course, and others who have that support outside of this major event, not just them talking to each other. No, the coaching support from behind the scenes. They will have things in their arsenal that other teams just don't.
Yeah, true. It's true. I mean, of course, speaking of coaches, not only are coaches, we also have players that also coach at this DreamHack as well. Swifty actually helped Archie and Norksy find a little bit of success in heat number 4. So, Swifty, mate, if you're ever feeling like coaching, that's maybe the next path for him, because seemingly it's worked out. Archie and Norksy managed to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, look, Norksy, to be fair, Norksy is a super talented player.
Oh, yeah.
Super, super good. Of course, Archie has been around the scene for quite some time. He definitely has gathered his share of experience too.
Yep.
So I think with the right direction, they can do well. But remember, they're playing against Swifty. Swifty's not going to be coaching or holding their hand this time around in the finals, because they have a game of their own to focus on. So we'll see how it plays out for all these teams as we get ready and prepare for the first battle bus loading. And of course, remember, this is a single lobby format. This is no longer heats. This is no longer rolling lobbies. This is one lobby. So we will cover every game and as many of the players as possible within this one lobby every single time throughout 6 total games. Now, there will be a little halftime break. So when you are watching through all of this, definitely be prepared for that. But first 3 games, the first half, are going to be detrimental. It is going to be where these players find their strides, where they make their adjustments if needed, and, of course, where they end up setting themselves up for the finals leaderboard. Because in the first 3 games, you can make a few mistakes, right? You can have a bad game. It's the second half of the games that truly define what ended up happening for the final 10. So it's just a matter of how that all breaks down, how the strategies come into play. And for Mini Miner, he's already ready. He's rearing to go.
Yeah, I'm always ready.
He was literally telling me before this, he said, look, I'm glad I'm not there. I would want one of those extra spots to go to one of these players that have been working very, very hard. Mini Miner, the most talented EU caster pro on the scene. Sorry, resub. It's just true. I'm sorry to inform you, but
they're just glad I'm not playing. I think all these players. If I was playing, I'd probably kill Mask. So.
Listen.
Let's be real.
He's saying be real, but I'm being real, man. Mini Miner walks away on top. Like there's no question about it. He would be going to Gamer State, but nevertheless, it will be a fun competition to break down. We will definitely keep a close eye on everything as
I want to know. What is your prediction?
Ooh,
one team. I want to know one team, because realistically, right, we talked a lot about teams, and all weekend you've been saying D-Roller and Pen. D-Roller and M-Pen, they are my pick. They're contested right now, for those that don't know.
Who's contesting them?
Nigelton and Repairs.
Huh? Hey, don't do that. Don't do that.
Do that.
Don't do that. Hey, I'm looking at you. Don't contest him.
So what, you still sticking with him?
Of course I'm sticking with N-Pen and D-Roller. These boys are qualifying the Gamers 8. I'm telling you, they're hungry, they are ready, and of course, in my opinion, the strongest NA team on the day going into the finals. I'm sticking with the boys from day 1 to finals. They are going to be the champions of DreamHack Summer.
Even while contested?
Even while contested.
Okay.
You know what? Throw it out the window. D-Roller don't miss, man.
Okay.
That controller aim, man, when he locks in, he's ready to go. You see him at the desk, you know you're in for some trouble. So, of course, locking it in pin D-roller.
Okay.
Close second, though, of course, is a team that I think has shown promise, has already won and qualified onto Gamers 8, and I think it's Pumpin' Trashy.
Okay.
If they play like they did in San Diego, they definitely.
You're saying an NA1-2.
Oh, yeah.
Woo! Okay.
I'm just saying.
We also want to know at home, who do you think is going to come out on top? Those leaderboards. I personally think Tayson and Mustache, realistically. Uncontested north side of Slappy Shores.
Can we just say that this man is a Tayson and Mustache? He's a fan.
I'm a fan of a lot of players, and all the players.
He's not as like big of a fan of Tayson Mustache as like 11 per se, but you keep coming in and defending these two. I don't know, man.
I don't need to defend them.
I don't know the DreamHack performances.
Tayson.
Listen, listen again. Okay, now we're gonna have a conversation here. Booga the goat, bad. Anyway, Tayson hasn't had the DreamHack performances that we would expect from him.
Yeah,
that's why. Listen, if he wins this, I applaud him, and I hope genuinely, I hope he does, because I want him to break the land curse that he's been facing. But again, time and time again, we've seen him get to the Invitational. We've seen him at these DreamHack events. We've seen him at Gamers 8 last year. He didn't really pick up and take one of those top 3 spots, and it didn't feel like the traditional Tayson that we're used to seeing in FNCS and some of these online events. So that's one thing I want him to take away from the weekend is at least qualifying Gamers 8. I do hope that he does walk away with one of the top 10 spots, but I hope that he learns how to get over those nerves, because clearly the land nerves, man.
You think?
They get to him.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he's there. You know, Booga, I don't see him at these lands too often.
Oh, okay. You know what? Yeah,
you mentioned these lands, and he's not there.
World Cup champion, though. I'm just saying.
I suppose. But that was, what? That was 1970 what?
You know, it was a little bit ago, but let's break down some of the spotlights, of course, throughout the heats. You got Andalex and Nikov with 410 total points. Again, that was first place in heat number 1, and with heat 1 being the strongest heat, of course, that's definitely a feat in itself.
Yep.
Looking at it, though, 3 games won. Like, first of all, how do you even play 12 games? Number 1. Number 2, how do you win 3 of them?
Yep.
And actually have played 12 games in 3 hours? Like, I don't know how that's possible, but good on you, Andalex and Nikov.
Contested, I think they must have been. I think I'm a big fan of Andalex and Nikov, French players, of course. I actually interviewed Nikov on another Zero Build show, actually. And he was saying, he actually won the event. I was saying, Nikov, what are you going to do? Yeah. You know, what are you going to celebrate? How are you going to celebrate? Yeah. And he said, I'm going to go and eat some chicken and tomatoes. So that's apparently what he does to celebrate. So if Andalex and Nikov do find themselves in the top 10 today, then I'm sure it will be time to eat some more chicken and tomatoes.
Respect.
Just how you celebrate.
Respect it. I like it. Of course, heat number 2 winners in Della and Pixie, also with 410 points.
Yep.
Interesting how both of them had the same amount of points, but nevertheless, both walking away in the first place spot. And again, look at the trend here, right up at the top. 3 wins, 11 games played. Not quite 12.
Yep.
But 3 games won. Like, what is that the trend? Do you need 3 wins to walk away on top of these leaderboards in the heats?
I don't know. I mean, thinking about the finals, it doesn't really matter. You know, it's not too much of a problem. For Della and Pixie, they're landing at Breakwater Bay today, and they have known this drop spot for so long. But another team that has is Axforce and Vortexes. This is a duo that's been contesting them for a long time, and we know how that fight usually goes down. It either goes one way or another, and it's definitely not gone their way in recent history, at least. But hopefully for Della and Pixie, they'll be able to find their stride. Mr. Savage and Vidil, this is a team that, again, are uncontested in a major final. Of course, we saw them uncontested last FNCS Grand Finals. Couldn't quite make it to the Global Championships qualification spot. But, again, uncontested, similar situation at the Naughty Nets area. They put on an absolute show for us in heat number 3. And it got to a stage where they actually didn't need to play any more games because they'd already qualified by, 2 hours in. So they didn't even have to play the last hour, which is really great for the team. And I think they're developing really well as a duo, and I really hope that they can use all that experience and hopefully qualify to Gamers 8 in the top 10.
Yeah, I think if there's going to be one team that is like an outlier, so to speak, that qualifies into the top 10, it is, of course, Mr. Savage and Vidil. While they didn't necessarily qualify through day number 1, they came in day 2 strong, took it. And again, speaking of outliers, they didn't have to win 3 games to do it, right? Yeah. They leaned a little bit more on the eliminations, which actually led to them having a higher point win over the first day. So you see 410 points go to Heat number 1 and 2 winners. Now here at Heat 3, 436 points. But Heat 4, of course, we got to break down our final winner of it all. And I'll let you do the honors because you know these players very well.
Relvis and Giras, another team that we've been looking at sort of throughout the weekend, and another team that has done very well. We kind of hopped in with them a little bit, you know, bits and bobs that we've been able to see from them, but they have been pretty solid and they have been performing well. Of course, doing very well to come out with first place in one of the heats, and that's ultimately what this year are all about. They're all about getting those placements through 19 games. They managed to play, of course, 3 victory rounds out of those 19. Slightly lower eliminations, though, from some of our other teams, 3.32 on the average. So not quite the most aggressive team. And I'll be interested to see how that playstyle develops in the finals, because, of course, do you need to go for those high eliminations? Do you need to try and play for placement? You kind of have to have a balance, as we found out all weekend. But in these stacked lobbies, it's going to be even more risky to go for those eliminations, because so many more eyes are going to be looking at you. And they're not just regular, your average Joe eyes. They are some of the best eyes when it comes to the best Fortnite players in the world. So it's not going to be easy to take those fights. So maybe this team will flourish.
They could. You know what? I like that. I like that mentality. I like that mindset. So we'll see how that plays out for them. But again, you never know going into these finals. You have some indications, right? Especially when it comes to FNCS, right? It's easier to predict what you're going to see because, let's face it, like Queasy Venno this past major, right? We watched them have tons of success leading up to, of course, winning a recent event directly before Major 2 Grand Finals, and then taking Grand Finals by storm, winning over 200 points over second place, which I don't think historically has ever been done, especially not in EU. No. So we kind of knew that was going to happen going into the Grand Finals. We knew they were going to have just a breakout performance. But going into a zero build competition, there's a lot less that you can expect because you have variables like the Cybertron cannon. That thing is a variable in itself, and it's very difficult to defend, right? If you're going up against it, you have to be very, very methodical about how you play. One bunker down. Wait for the 2 shots to come through. If both teammates have it, make sure you know that. Make sure you know you got 4 shots to deal with in total, and wait for the timer. Once those shots are taken, you then push. Because if the teams are very reliant on the Cybertron cannon to take the fight, then you know at that point you probably have an advantage. Yeah,
definitely. And you mentioned Queasy and Venno. My only concern for this team, they are, of course, uncontested at Kent 2 Crossing, as they have been for a lot of the season. Of course, a little bit of contestation here and there. But my main concern for them is they don't have mobility. They don't have those kinetic blades. And, of course, they don't have the heals in the Chug Splash. So we know how much their game is relying on playing in the Storm. But, of course, we hop right into the action as we get to see the distribution of our teams, of our players, that are landing in game number 1 of the DreamHack Summer 2023 Finals. Huge stakes on the line. Top 10 qualifying straight through to the Gamers 8 LAN in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. A fantastic opportunity to play for $2 million worth of prizing. So definitely something for these players to aim for.
Got to.
I'm expecting to see a little bit less action off Spawn than we've seen in the Heats, Panda.
Yeah, I'm expecting that too. I think we look at the Ospawn contestation. We do see a lot more teams contested, but again, I do feel like there's going to be more teams being patient, right? More willingness to split a POI than we had seen prior to, and so hopefully that continues to be the case as Vanyak Carmi taking one of the first fights of the game. We're already seeing some teams go down here quite quickly, but again, at this point in the game, throughout the heats, we were seeing a little bit more eliminations in the feed. So this is a good sign for us. We're going to have some pretty stacked games here throughout the day. And of course, Carmi and Vanyak going to be one of the teams that are contested off spawn over here at the Steamy area. Interesting though. Does look like while they are contested, they are going to be one of the teams that opts to split and avoid. Maybe take a few shots looking back in, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, of course, these are more stacked lobbies, so it's going to be a little bit of a different sort of play style to what we've seen in the Heats. And I think something that people don't really mention or don't really talk too much about when it comes to zero build, it's a lot of timing. Timing is so crucial when it comes to zero build because, of course, if you get stuck in a sticky situation, you can't build to protect yourself as, I was going to say Reddish, it's Ref's Guard. Again, we should actually identify this. Reddish is Refsguard. Refsguard is Reddish. And of course, Reddish is on the screen right now, but it's not actually Reddish. It's Refsguard. So just to confuse things a little bit more, that's what's going down. We won't be seeing the actual Reddish taking part in the finals today, unfortunately. Although a very good performance in the heats from them. They didn't actually make it through, unfortunately. So it will be Refsguard and Ziandi, but it's Refsguard, aka Reddish.
Okay, I think we got it.
Yeah,
maybe.
Good. Maybe. I hope so.
I don't know. I'm still going to call him Reddish. But Lucy actually going down, looks like knocked himself, and that could be one of those fall damage replays we end up seeing a little bit later, because it's the only way I can see himself going down in that fashion. But NM7, big shots coming through onto Bloomy, now going to be forced to take the fight. You see him up on the high ground, also aware of where his teammate is too, but there it is, the Breacher shotgun already wreaking havoc here in this lobby. If he's not careful, he's going to take a lot more damage than he can afford, and sure enough, he does have some minis in the inventory early on, which is a good sign of how he's going to be able to take this fight. And there it is. Twiz actually goes in, and unfortunately goes down to Bloomy. Bloomy's going to have to clutch up here, and he does, taking out NM7 in game number 1. Big, big start for them.
Yeah, great job from Bloomy and Rabbit. I saw their qualification yesterday. I watched a video online. I saw their reaction. They were hyped to be here, and they are getting off to a very good start as well. Vortexes not with Axe Force right now. Of course, we were saying earlier on, they were landing at the north side of the map, that Breakwater Bay area. It looks as though Axe Force might have gone down, and Vortex has managed to make his way out. So he's just lurking up on this hill right now. No real point in him trying to aggress onto Bloomy and Rabbit. So he's just playing this hill, trying to scout out as much as possible. It's Bloomy, Rabbit, two of the UK lads representing. You love to see. I spoke to Rabbit a little bit as well recently. He's actually he's saying he'd love to get involved with casting, actually, get involved in broadcasting.
Really?
Yeah. He said, you know, maybe not right now, but further on down the line, it would be something that he would be interested in.
Yeah, I had a similar conversation with Cease not too long ago, as well as Nanolite.
Yeah.
So I love seeing pros convert over, take their knowledge to the camera as we do, and really give a unique and different perspective. But of course, speaking of perspective, it is the NA versus EU perspective, as Trashy has lost Pump here and is going to have to play on the back foot, immediately disengaging here from the hill. He knows he doesn't have any advantage in this fight, and with zero build, of course, being as set up as it is, you don't have much cover to work with, so you just have to separate yourself from the team. And especially after seeing your teammate get eliminated to Mr. Savage or Vidil, you kind of know it's like, all right, you know what, this fight is not going to be worth taking a 1v2. I don't think I have any chances here.
Yeah, not at all. I think Mr. Savage and Vidil, of course, landing at the Naughty Nets area. I think it was a little bit of a sneak play onto Pump and Trashy right there. Of course, Pump and Trashy were caught unaware, potentially, as Suscript and Screwy right now. Able to take some shots on a taste, and takes him out as well. So now it's a 2v1 situation in the favor of the NA boys right now. Merstash left alone. Doesn't quite connect with that cannon shot. This could be the worst start for Merstash and Taste, and my pick to win it here today. I know they didn't have the best heats, but I'd expect them to have a slightly better time here at the Slapping Shores. Merstash is starting to have a look at Tayson. Just have a little think. Is it going to be worth trying to go for that revive? Won't be able to anymore, as the revive is now off the table. Going to be able to hopefully rotate on out. That's really where things get a little bit difficult. The Suscript and Screwy right now rotate on in, knowing that there's a team on the south side. Looks as though they are.
Big fight starting here. Suscript getting a shot in on Merstash, but Merstash doing what he can to survive, and unfortunately in that moment he just wasn't going to be able to take it, as Merstash gets taken out by Suscript. Again, this team, and I'm not sure if it's all Tayson, maybe it is a mix of Tayson or Merstash, just not finding success in these in-person events. However, I do believe they're a strong contender for a top 10 finish here on the day. Game 1 is not necessarily always an indicator of what is to come, so we'll see what comes next. But D-Roller and Impin, of course, my personal pick to take this one home. Already starting off strong here. You see them in a fight. Bunkers already out. That is some resources used a little early. I would hope that that wouldn't have had to have been the case for them, but Nevertheless, you kind of have to do what you have to do. As now, I don't know how another player got up there without having to deal with a similar situation, but Nebs just on the full escape as NPen D-Roller hunt him down. But if they're not careful, there are still other teams looming close, and they can cause some issues for them.
That's what I love about Zero Build. There's always those like funny moments that happen.
Yeah.
It's like, how has that possibly happened? Bunkers sending people flying. Of course, the cannon's doing so as well. And we see a lot of teams opting to play a little bit more of the Storm, which we didn't see too much of yesterday. A lot of teams, of course, opting just to rotate straight into the zone. But still a stacked lobby. 87 players still up at this stage as we get to see where that next zone does pull. It's a little bit more favorable for our northern teams. We see Blake and Cease inside of that Brutal Bastion area. They were having troubles yesterday. I think it wouldn't be wrong to say they struggled at Brutal Bastion. Every single time we seemed to watch them, one of them was down, and then ultimately they both fell down.
Yeah, and then, of course, when we didn't have all of our eyes set on them in Heat 4, they qualify on.
Of course.
Like, I don't know. Maybe we just curse them by watching them. It's just what it is, but hopefully they find some success here in these games today. Because they are a finals team. Yep. Let me just say this. Cease and Blake are one of those teams that they play better in an environment like this than they do in a Heat's environment. And there's going to be a lot of teams like that. I think Merstash Tayson are a team like that. I think Queasy Veno are a team like that. I also think Malibu and Thomas HD, despite them being so successful in day one, are a team like that. So these teams that thrive better in finals lobbies are going to show out and impress. But we'll have to see how it plays out here as players like Pixie and Della just rotating around here. And there it is, your boy, potential future caster Rabid, right down low. Fortunately for Rabid and his teammate Pixie and Della don't realize that they are there. So they're just going to try and maybe bait some shots, bait some action, have some people look in their direction, and hopefully get a fight out of it.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say Queasy Veno and Malibuka and Thomas, they're solid opens players. They're usually winning. Maybe in this instance, you could say the Tayson.
Again, I wouldn't say that they're not solid open players, but they are definitely finals players.
I mean, they're definitely finals
I will say there are teams that aren't open players, and Cease and Blake is just not an
I agree with
opener
that.
team. Like, but I do say that they are more of a finals team than they are an opener team.
Yep, Queasy Veno. Of course, we're keeping close eyes on them. It's Pixie and Della now. No longer Pixie and Della, down to just Della.
Wow.
As Kiandra and Swifty go down to Nitrogen Repairs. That's their first elimination. Just
Tough.
Pixie left. Able to slide away with this mud. We haven't seen a crazy amount of use from this, but I think it can come in clutch in certain situations. Now Pixie as a solo has to try and escape using that mud, and this is exactly what I was talking about. This is exactly what I wanted to see. So thank you for Pixie for showing us that, but unfortunately getting shot in the back, getting absolutely beamed as well in the process. There's two teams nearby. Pixie's going to try and get his way out using all of his protection in the bunkers to hopefully form a little barrier between him and the team that's trying to attack him on the back. I think he might get away here because Bloomy and Rabbit were just lurking nearby. Diverted the attention away from the team that was trying to aggress Pixie. Relvis, Giras, of course, we highlighted them earlier on. Fantastic team, doing very well in the heats as well as Vico, the recent solo champion, just in front of them. Neb's behind as well. And Giras hitting a huge damage shot right there with that cannon as now Nebs decides to get involved as well. And this is really an awful situation for Relvis and Giras, stuck inside of this sandwich that they really don't want to be in.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to be in a situation like this. You're in Storm, sandwiched between two teams, and you kind of just have to play off what is existing structures because you don't have any bunkers set up for you. Fortunately, Relvis does have a couple in the inventory. Oh, man, and this was the turnaround he needed. Big knock comes through here for Relvis, and that's actually going to be Vico going down. So Vico's teammate left to fend for himself as Lame goes down there, but it looks like he ran straight into another team, which is going to be him going out here to Vortexers. Of course, also in the elimination feed, you saw there in that moment, Pink walking away with a nice elim. So the Gamers 8 champions of last year's Zero Build competition showing up in big fashion.
Yeah, Vortexers there managed to get the reboot on to Axe Force, so they're still in this game. Of course, we saw Vortex as a solo earlier on. Kami and Vaniac inside of this game as well, getting some shots onto a Nas. We spoke to him earlier. Let's hope he can find some success again, getting to Gamers 8 and doing well. That's the ultimate goal for those guys, I'm sure, as Kami, Vaniac try and take some shots back onto them, but it looks as though Nas and Pink will be able to get away. And it's these combat caches that a lot of these teams are fighting over. We can see some players with those legendary slurp juices are, of course, so valuable now, especially more valuable since the fact that those chug splashes and the shield kegs are no longer in the game.
Yeah.
So those legendary slurp juices are definitely, 100%, by a mile, the best heal in the game right now.
Oh, not even close. I think that's why we've seen so many teams stack them as much as they can, especially in these storm fights that we're seeing. Because, again, an excessive amount of storm fights definitely taking place here in the finals, and it's kind of what was anticipated. We talked about it in the heats a little bit, how we weren't seeing a lot of storm fights, and how we were expecting to definitely see some here going into the finals. But realistically, there's definitely going to be more because there is some strategy in playing in the storm. It's not the strategies that I like. I'm not a huge storm fighting fan, but nevertheless, we'll see how it plays out for them. But Hyrax and Max F in 1, again, a team that has a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Not the biggest names in the lobby, but the biggest heart in the game. Can they walk away with the top 10 spot in gamers? They improve a lot of these other teams wrong. They have so much potential to do so, especially out of Slappy Shores here. There's only one other team remains. Could be their POI to win here in these next few moments, but really comes down to how this plays out. You see another Breacher shotgun there in the distance, taking out walls, looking for players. And if you're Max and you're Hyrax, you want to connect shots where you can, like you're seeing now, but it's not going to be a fight that you can really convert on because of the distance. So don't waste too much on this, and definitely look to progress forward and get a nice positioning here for zones 5 and 6.
Yep, that's what it's all about, getting that positioning at the right time. As I was talking about earlier, timing is going to be so important. You know, there's one thing getting into a good position, but if you can get there at the perfect moment, then you are on for a winner. And looking at that zone, still so many teams inside of the storm.
Yeah.
And I think it was Refscard and Ziandi who are actually in the prime position in this next zone. That does have its benefits, of course, because, of course, you are on the best position in the zone. But a lot of other teams will be looking at that, too. They'll be eyeing that up. And if you are not careful, you can get headshot sniped and pushed. So the Queasy and Veno, they might be looking to make a play of that caliber pretty soon, as they managed to get themselves a vehicle. Vehicles are so vital in the heats and in zero build at the moment. They actually hired themselves an NPC right here. Sometimes the NPCs do get in the vehicle.
Yeah.
But I do like this play from these guys because sometimes that NPC can actually alert you to the location and position of another team and even shoot back at other teams.
Yeah.
Making them think you're a trio, and of course you have just a non-playable character. And you can see that NPC just turning up right now. And these are some of the strats that you were talking about earlier, Pando, that we didn't see in heats but are coming out in finals.
Yeah, this is great to see. You know what would be interesting? I know how shield bubbles could pop onto vehicles.
Yeah.
What if bunkers could pop onto a vehicle? I don't know. I'm just saying. It might be a future thought there. Fortnite, you never know. Could be a $1 million idea, but nevertheless, this is a big look at the team split between Storm and Zone. Especially considering the position of a lot of these Storm teams. They're all in contention to fight one another if they're not careful. Of course, it does look like Pink and Anas are one of those teams down there in Mega City. Mixin potentially left as a solo there too, so that could be an elimination for Pink and Anas if Mixin's not careful. Of course, Cammy and Japko, a Heat 1 qualifying team, definitely just trying to rotate in. Vehicle going to be taken out here. This is not good looks as Japko just tries to survive. The fire is actually going to ensue on both bunkers. Needing to get to the top, he does. Med missed out. Could be wraps for them, but no, they are relentless and resilient as they continue to survive in what is a tough situation here in the storm. But
look at this. They have an NPC that actually uses chug splashes. The vaulted chug splashes, might I add. They actually hired this NPC.
That brilliant.
And now they can heal up in the storm. Look at these strategies coming out from Cammy. That is absolutely genius, and I wouldn't expect any less from someone like Cammy, who has a very, very big brain when it comes to
big brain. Great plays from them, and obviously Cammy's ex-counterpart Seti going down in the feed there. That is a huge down here in this lobby. So we'll have to keep tabs on how they continue to progress through the competition, but Zone 6 is here. 65 players remain. Just to give you context in the heats, Zone 6 presented itself, and we would have tops maybe 30 teams.
Yeah.
So we have over double the teams that we were seeing in the heat games, which is why these games are going to be so stacked here in the final moments. And we'll watch how it plays out as Crackly and Bully have made it too. They're going to be trying to do some big things. Bully's already qualified on the Gamers 8, and he's looking to just come in and sweep the competition yet again. Will he be able to do it, though? It's going to be tough at the hands of Thomas HD, who just doesn't miss with scope. Weapons, folks. This guy is just on fire when you give him anything with a relatively decent reticle.
Oh, yeah. Thomas HD, look out for this guy today. You guys that aren't as competitive focused or competitive aware as to who's playing, this guy is incredible. If he has a sniper in his inventory in his hands, then be on the lookout for some dink, the headshots coming through all day, I'm sure. As Refsguard and Z Andy, the team that I was talking about earlier, had a really good position. Unfortunately, that hasn't stuck with them as the 7th zone does pull really, really far away. I'll be interested to see how they make this rotation with this this position.
Yeah.
I like the way they're stacking the loot right here as well. Just next to Refsguard, you saw that chug cannon. Will he be taking that into the next stage of the game? We'll have to wait and see. It's Suscript and Screwy right now. Just under some fire, under some bees as well. They're buzzing around, and unfortunately they're quite a pest for them because they're going to have to run away in a different direction. It's those wasps, those items that we haven't really seen too much coming into play as Screwy right now tries to connect with Blake and see it's not quite happening for him as Suscript runs away. Screwy is under fire, and unfortunately for him goes down. And that's going to be the demise of the duo, is it? Yes, it is. And that's a 3-elimination game for them, but they would have wanted better. As we see Nebs battling it out. Hellfire nowhere to be found. Hyrax trying to evade the attention of Nebs. Can he hit this snipe onto Queasy? Not going to happen. As the zone is closing, all of these players have to make their way in. Nebs going for the crazy dead side rotation. Is it going to pay off?
It could pay off here as he does end up finding 2 med miss to keep him alive in this game, but Refguard and Zia, do you have anything to do with it? They will take you out. You see them looking for shots where they can, trying to connect where they can. It's, of course, Refguard, a.k.a. Reddish in-game name. Now going up against Fahid, Falcons Fahid. Could be a fight there, but no, actually opting to go further into the zone. And this is where the chaos really ensues here, Mini Miner, is these next few zones, these next few moments where we go from 30 teams down to 5 in what will feel like 30 seconds. Yeah,
it's all about the teams that have managed to keep their mobility, or I should say the protection. There's no mobility, of course, but the vehicles as well. How many teams have actually kept their utility going into this late game? How many teams have kept those bunkers, the heals? Of course, their vehicle. Is it still looking strong? And for Malibuka and Thomas, they're not needing to use all of those utilities right now because, of course, they're inside of these natural bushes that are on the map. They have to be very, very careful, though. In this situation, you really don't want to expose yourself or alert the rest of the lobby to the fact that you are in this bush. And I think now they're just going to have to provide some return fire as Thomas HD does have a rare miss of a snipe on Nyine and Moneymaker. And try and connect with some shots, and he does. 110 damage. That shoots them off of that hill. Or that building, I should say. 6 eliminations for these guys so far. They're on an absolute tear and showing why they are Dallas champions.
They can be new champions here in Malibuka and Thomas HD, and they're looking to do that. Of course, Malibuka is a champion. I shouldn't say that he isn't because he won the standard BR version of the Gamers 8 competition last year alongside Epic Whale, so he's definitely going to be a contender here for this lobby. Not only this lobby, of course, the Gamers 8 lobby as well, because they have already qualified on through the Dallas event, but looking to make a statement here. Beautiful. Thomas HD, big shot comes out. Again, big shot actually connects to Kanata. Is taken out of this one. Age is left as a solo. Going to have to fend for himself, but no, Malibuka's not going to allow that because he had a say. And when he has a say, there's basically no way you stay alive.
Oh my goodness, the tie is saving Thomas HD, but no, he knocks himself back into the storm with that Cybertron cannon. We've seen it all weekend, and unfortunately one of our best players in Europe has fallen victim to it. Malibuka though, 8 eliminations for the team. His goal right now, stay alive. Top 5 situation for them. Trying to take some shots against Nikov and Andalek. Not quite connecting with anything so far, but causing a lot of fire and a lot of chaos inside of that building as Malibuka needs to try and hit some shots right now. Great connections, great elimination onto Corny, and he keeps himself alive.
He keeps himself alive for a moment longer as there's only 3 teams remaining. That's 2 full duos and Malabuka. Can he have the clutch of the century? He's going up against Cease and Blake as well. This NA team is trying to hold on, doing everything they can here. Again, we talked about them. They are finals teams and showing up in finals fashion here as they are playing in these final moments. But Malabuka going to bunker up. It is 2 solos, 1 duo. Nikov, Andalex going to be a big team left. And Cease going down to Malabuka. Here it is, the 1v2. He needs a big play. Can the Cybertron be enough? But no! The snipe comes out. Malabuka's down. And Andalex and Nikov not only win Heat 1, but they win Game 1 of the finals.
Ooh, what a game, what a performance. Andalex and Nikov, the perfect snipe right there at the end.
Yeah.
Hopefully for them, that'll continue. And hopefully for Nikov, he'll be having some more chicken and tomatoes by the end of the day. Malabuka, though, what a solo clutch right there.
Dude.
We saw Thomas HD going down in some unfortunate fashion. He played that to perfection.
Yeah, and it's funny. You watch the way that he positioned himself there in that final circle. He found a little bit of an edge cover, used it to take out some of the other teams. He just tried to take one player at a time.
Yep.
And sure enough, it worked out in his favor. He took out Blake, he took out Corny, then took out Cease, and then held on to take on the 1v2, but the snipe was the reason he got taken out. Again, I think if they didn't land that snipe, they could have been in for a serious problem with the Cybertron cannon, because that blast could have really set back Andalex and Nikov.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Malabuka did such a great job right there. Just finding those bunkers there at the last few minutes really helped him out. And this was the play for Thomas HD Malabuka. That rotation was absolutely perfect. And look at this from Malabuka. That's what the Preacher Shotgun can do for you. Of course, managed to clutch up a 2nd place as a solo right there. I know they will be happy with that, and I know that they will be hyped. But of course, let's have a look at the other side. And look at that from Andalex, mate.
Beautiful.
5 elimination. Victory Royale. That's how it's done. Andalex doesn't miss. Talking about Thomas HD with the snipes.
Yeah.
Let's put Andalex in that conversation too.
Oh, you have to, man. You have to for sure. So great finish there for Andalex and Nikov. That's going to be game number 1. But with 5 games remaining, we still have a lot of competition yet to go. So strap in, everybody at home, because this is going to be a wild ride here in this zero build competition.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, another team that I was talking about earlier on, Tayson and Murstache not quite having the best start, the best performance. Of course, even when that zone was actually just outside of their drop. So I feel like if Tayson and Murstache were in that lobby at the end, they would have found a lot of success because the zone was in their back garden. So that would have been great for them.
I agree. Again, they are a finals team, and I do believe strongly that they can show up here in these finals. It's just a matter of how it plays out for them. Like we said, early game, and unfortunately, that early game didn't work out in their favor, but we'll see how it continues to play out. We got 5 more games. That game doesn't matter. Murstache Tation, make sure you're working on coming back as we see our first glimpse of the leaderboard, and of course, wait, Malabuka Thomas HD, because they had double the eliminations of 2nd place, are actually in first. Huge start for them, but of course, Andalex and Nikov taking 2nd place, and Cease and Blake, surprisingly enough, right there in 3rd. NA representing strong here in the beginning.
Yeah, and they're representing strong, of course. It took them a while to qualify, but now they're here. They are performing well. Zandy and Refsgard sat in 4th place right now as well. Corny in 5th place, one of our players that we wouldn't necessarily have expected, one of our not-so-big names in this top 5 right now as well. Of course, Queasy Venno making their way all the way up to the northern area of the map to make this endgame a success. 5 eliminations in the process too. Curb, Synod, of course, as well. Canada, Ages, Hyrax and Max, and Vortexes and Axforce. And I must note, a great game for Vortexes and Axforce, considering they lost, of course, half of their power of spawn.
Yeah.
And of course, we saw Vortexes up on that hill. Axforce went down early on. So being able to pick up a reboot there and get into a top 10 position after game 1, that's a really solid performance there.
Beautiful performance, of course. Again, this is game number 1. I can't stress it enough. Yep. Well, that was like, it felt like that was almost a tournament's worth of action loaded into one game. And so this is going to be a great day. I can't wait to get into the next one. But now that we've had a glimpse of what game 1 looks like, right? Mm-hmm. We talked a little bit about predictions. Of course, you lean towards Murstache Tayson. I want to leverage another opinion for predictions. Because I'm going to change some things here.
Changing his mind after game 1. I see.
Listen,
yeah, I get
and the reason I say this, of course, Malabuka Thomas HD would be the easy pick.
Yep.
But I want to give props to Andalex and Nikov.
Yeah.
This was a team that they would have been a sleeper pick to most going into this one, despite their incredible Heat 1 performance.
Yep.
So I got to give them their flowers where it's due. And I think this is going to be another team that it finishes top 5 on the day.
Yeah.
So revisiting that, Andalex Nikov, definitely think could be a top 5 team finishing today. So rooting for you guys. Hopefully that's what we see. And for you, I'm going to leverage that same question to you. Outside of Murstache and Tayson, who do you think can finish in that top 10, top 5 situation based off what we saw here in Game 1?
I mean, based off that zone, I think that's what I'm going to be mainly focusing on here. Looking at where, of course, Blake and Cease, they had that zone quite in their favor.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say Blake and Cease is my prediction. I'm going to say Queasy and Veno. I know it's a bit of a shock. I mean, these guys are incredible.
Yeah.
We know
but
about,
it's
Queasy
a
and Veno,
fair
but
choice.
I think so, because, of course, they navigated that so well. Because they're on the edge of the map, they're actually able to go around the outside of the area, of course, going all the way up to that Slappy Shores area, and that's where we tuned in with them, of course, getting into the zone. And this is a team that I'm particularly excited about because I had a few questions about them. They didn't have the heals, they didn't have the mobility that they're synonymous with and where they find success, but they're still answering those questions.
Of course. But let's talk about the top 3 teams here. Of course, starting with third place, you have Cease and Blake. 79 total points. Great for not winning a game. But look at that. 6 eliminations in the game. That's going to be huge for them. If they can continue to convert on consistent eliminations throughout the competition. That's where it's going to be key. But clearly, the battle off spawn was not an issue for them here in Game 1.
Yep.
I'm not sure if they continue to land Brutal Bastion. We'll see as these games continue on. I imagine they did, because Cease is not one really to switch up from Brutal. But nevertheless, we'll see. But game number 2, or second place, I should say, Andalex and Nikov are Game 1 winners here with an average of 5 eliminations. Beautiful. Like, again, don't get me wrong. Malibuca, Thomas HD, great performance.
Yep.
Great to see them get 10 eliminations. However, this is where you want to live, right? You want to be finishing the average placement, top 3, top 5, with 5 eliminations.
Yep.
I think that is a fair place to find yourself. And again, that's why I'm leaning, more towards Andalex and Nikov having a great day and qualifying on to Gamers 8.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of zones as well, these guys landing all the way down to the southwest of the map. That little house on the corner with that little island as well. And that is a mega rotate for those guys. And I think they were one of those teams that we saw in the Storm. And ultimately, when you have those long rotation zones, it is going to be so important as to how well you play those zones. But a team that did not need to play the zone as much, because of course they're landing at the racetrack uncontested, it's Malibuca and Thomas HD. What a performance. 10 eliminations. You should expect no less, realistically, from this team. I don't think this should be a surprise to anyone, because this is a team with an immense amount of skill, an unlimited amount of ability, and a team that I would fully expect to double qualify to Gamers 8.
I agree with you here. And one thing I will say, though, if snipers weren't in the game, do you think they would still be averaging 10 eliminations?
Yes.
Really?
100%.
Okay.
Everyone sort of talks about Thomas HD as a sniper king, right? And he is. He's very, very good with snipers. But when there's not a sniper in the lobby, I actually was speaking to him about this back at the Invitational. And this was when snipers were actually in the game.
Yeah.
We actually had snipers in the FNCS. And I said, Thomas, do you like snipers being in the game? No. No, don't like them.
Really?
Don't like so I was thinking, yeah, I love it. I'm best sniper in the world, best sniper in the EU. No, doesn't like him. So that's a difference, I think, because he doesn't mind it when snipers aren't in. And I think he's one of those players that can adapt. Not only does he have great snipering, he has great aim across the board, as we were mentioning throughout that game. So, yeah, these are players that don't just rely on one item. They don't just rely on one particular meta. A lot of players will be like, I want snipers to be in, I want this to be in.
Yeah.
I'm one of them. So it's one of those situations where they can adapt no matter what the situation is. So the fact that they're on top right now shouldn't be any surprise no matter what the meta.
I like that. And I like that from of course, Malibuca and Thomas HD. Now, Thomas has been one of those few players who have been at the top, right? In the great conversation, or greatest conversation quite a bit, but one that has never won a major, right? Never won the FNCS or some of the other ones. But realistically, that can all change this year.
Yeah.
It does seem like everything is trending Thomas HD, Malibuca for 2023, and this is going to be no different.
Yeah.
So if they can maintain this consistency throughout this DreamHack, throughout Gamers 8, and of course going into Major 3 and Global Championship, this could be the time for Thomas HD to take over the conversation of GOAT, best player, and of course, he already has best aimer in the game. So great. It's a great era of Fortnite to live through and be a part of, because we are seeing history in the making with a duo like that.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas HD is widely regarded as the best to never do it. He's one of those players that hasn't won FNCS yet. He hasn't won, one of those major events like that. I think this is going to be his year. I mean, they've already qualified through to the Global Championships. We're talking about the build mode, of course. And what I really like, and what is a big testament to both of these individual players, is they're able to transfer that top-tier performance into zero builds. So it just shows these guys are gamers, and they're here to game.
Yeah, well, let's get into the game. Of course, it's Noah and Blaster. That was a team of two that we saw I don't want to say quite a bit yesterday, but we did see glimpses of And clearly they found enough success to make their way into the finals. So we'll tune in with them throughout. But looking at the separation and looking at this breakdown, of course, you already see Mr. Savage, Vidil. Does look like because they're uncontested, they are going to split up quite a bit there. If they're not careful and players are observing what's going on in these games, they could end up getting surprise contested. And with the way that they split, could be an issue for them. But we'll, of course, tune in, pay close attention to that. But here it is. Cease and Blake actually only going up against Glubshy and Pluto. This is a change from what we saw in the Heat.
Yep.
There are tons of teams landing here, so they're going to have to be careful. But no, speaking of NA teams, of course it is. Bully and Crackley going to go down early here to Curb and Sin. So, great start for them, but an unfortunate start for the NA duo. Nevertheless, I think Bully, not that he has truly become complacent, but he has the ability to become complacent because he is qualified on to Gamers 8, right? Like, so the qualifying aspect of these competitions are out the window for him because he doesn't have to worry about it. He's going to be there.
Yep.
So it makes me wonder, if you're in a position like that, do you still find that motivation to be like on top of your game, or do you just kind of come into these a little bit more relaxed?
For me, I'd hope so, because Bully, you know, and every player that's playing, even if you're qualified, you need to put on a big show because this is ultimately a $250,000 final that we're watching today. So if you haven't got the mindset of, I want to win this too, then I'm worried for Gamers 8 for you. I'm just going to say, because you need to have that mindset if you want to come out on top. In any competition, you have to want to win, and you have to not think about anything else other than winning. And, of course, we talked about them earlier. Thomas HD, one of those players that doesn't care about anything other than winning. So I'll be interested to see if they can do it back-to-back, as Trippin and Scram right now. Possibly one of my favorite duos when it comes to off-screen action, because I always see some pictures of them together on Twitter, and some would say some questionable pictures that I've seen. I probably agree with that, if I'm honest, but I like these guys. They're both really, really nice IRL as well, and some fantastic players. So for Yonks and FHD right now, these guys are going to be having a force to be dealt with, and that's, of course, Scram. He has an HP advantage as well. Yonks trying to go for this revive. Scram has to push in. I think he's identified that he could be going for that res. Actually hits him back with the slide and will come out on top in this fight, of course. It's Scram, and that was a really interesting play. Actually, Scram slid into the area of Yonks and FHD and actually hit Yonks away. And, of course, when that happens, it becomes very, very difficult to hit your shot, and that's what won Scram that fight. But no, there's another team lurking nearby. It's Tuna and Dandia who's down, so Scram has to hit his shots, but no, Tuna, 10 HP clutch. It was the battle of the solos, and Tuna managed to come out on top.
Yeah, and in a situation like that, Tuna hit a big shot to start the fight, but then he missed too.
Yeah.
And in that moment, Scram is not the one you want to miss shots on because he will connect. And sure enough, Tuna, with 5 HP in a dream, was able to survive that one. But in a similar situation, a repeat situation of that in a future game, I don't see it going the same way.
No, not at all. I think the difference there was the shotguns. We saw Scram with that Havoc pump shotgun, and Tuna had that Maven, I think of the same rarity. So it just came down to the fire rate of that Maven. But, Lazen and Destru, they're looking in this area. Tuna is their next target. It's just constant third parties right now, and it's something that we've seen throughout the heats as well. This is really where it gets a little bit difficult. Giras right now will be falling down. Relvis, of course, down earlier on. 2 eliminations for them. So they managed to have a little bit of success off spawn, but it's Nebs and Hellfire that are the victors in this particular battle. Nice elimination for them as we get to have a little overview of how our map's looking. See where the zone is right now. Of course, we have these fairly new zones that have come into the game, so these first zones are never that worrying. They're usually quite forgiving. But this one's probably one of the least forgiving ones out of all of them, because look at how much of that zone is in the water, especially on that south side.
Yeah.
You know, for players like Swifty, Keandro, Axforce, and Vortexes, and other players in that north side, they're going to be struggling even more now with this south rotate.
Well, a little educational class too for the viewers at home. When you look at a zone like that and you see the zone pull heavy over the water, that means it's going to continue to pull in that direction. So definitely you want to start moving south if you're any of those teams up in the north side. And we're already seeing storms caught, or teams caught in the storm, so it's going to be a tough game for them to rotate through. But Screwy and Suscript, one of the northern teams that's not quite in Storm yet. Still taking a fight there on the edge. They're going to want to try to move that along here quickly, but Army and Vanyak, speaking of quickly, just trying to connect some shots there onto Sin. Sin is able to get into an existing structure, but very, very separated from Curb, and Vanyak realizes that. You see the mark come out, meaning that they're pushing this. They want this fight. 2v1 is how you win it. Big shots come through, and that's going to be Curb going down, and that was an instant elimination, which tells me that Sin ended up running into either another player or there was a situation off screen where Karmi may have gotten the elimination. Either way, that team is fully out.
Yeah, Sin, I think, went away, and I think did fall victim to, I think it was Cammy that ended up taking out. Gentle and Dark, a team that we got to see a lot during the heats. Getting a little bit aggressive onto Acorn and Co right now. Playing these high ground positions, and oh no!
Ooh.
We've seen that all too often this weekend. For those of you that don't know, this Cybertron cannon does have a knockback flint knock style feature. So if you do shoot it, it always seems to be whenever you're in a position that you don't want to get knocked back, you get knocked back.
Yeah.
So whenever the players are up on high, up on a hill, up on a tree, they always seem to get knocked back and fall down to the full damage, to their demise.
Yeah, that could definitely be an issue over the weekend. We already saw Thomas HD, again, one of our first place players, fall victim to that too here in the finals day. So you have to be careful no matter what skill level you're at. It's those little things that could cause you to end up going down. So be careful, be mindful. As Glubshy now taking this fight here with Pluto. Again, a bit of a different pace. We did see them just moments ago over at Brutal Bastion, now making their way over here. They are seemingly taking on another team, but not in a way that paced them as this over-aggressive team, but with Vico and Lame separating themselves and getting away, rotating away. Pluto, Glubshy going to have to do the same. But here it is, the fight that we talked about last game, and we see continuing on. There's Hyrax and Max over here. Slappy Shores. You saw Merstash and Tayson there in the distance, or at least just Tayson. I don't know if Merstash is down or in a different position. Nevertheless, these teams are continuing on through the game, and it's great to see Tayson and Merstash alive because, again, realistically, they're not only a finals team, but like we said and mentioned before, they are a team that does extremely well if they make it through the early game.
Yep, 100%. That's exactly what they needed to do. Looks as though they might be uncontested at Slappy Shores. I think that south side might be a little bit of a different sort of landscape to what we expected. And Trashy and Pump right now. Still have a bit of a rough game in the last one, but starting this one off pretty well with an elimination onto Zany. Unfortunately, for him was a solo. Trashy now getting shot up by another team across the way. Pump there trying to connect with the snipe, but looking in the feed doesn't quite hit the headshot that he would have wanted.
Happens.
It's interesting, though. I think Pump taking the sniper, I was going to say, because a lot of the keyboard and mouse players take the sniper. Or Pump playing on the controller, I believe. So
yeah.
He taking that sniper is quite interesting. When we see Tayson and Merstash right now, they're actually a little bit further ahead than us, it seems. So it looks as though they might have gone back into the storm.
Interesting.
To take advantage of the natural heals that Slappy has to it.
Smart play here, because again, Slappy is one of those spots that you can do this and have a ton of canisters to kind of lean back on. And not only do those canisters provide heals, if you don't know, they provide extra movement speed, which is just great for them to be able to come in, do what they got to do, hit what they got to hit, and move their way back into the zone. But we've looked at both Merstash and Tayson now, neither of which have any kind of white heals, no med kits, no med mists. So they're going to be very reliant on what they find moving forward as they move out of the storm.
Yeah, a little tidbit right there. You saw them actually getting all of those barrels down to 1 HP so that they could just run through, hit it once, and break immediately. So that's a little bit of pre-planning that they might have done earlier on when they were in the zone. Xandalex and Nikov, our Game 1 winners, seeing how they're faring at the moment. This is the area that I was talking about in the last game. They've just, of course, managed to rotate so far in that first game. This one's a little bit more close, a little more forgiving for them. They're opting to try and open this chest, and sometimes it is just better to rotate on him, but Nikov right there dropping the Flapjack rifle for the MK Alpha. Yep. This is a conversation we'll be having sort of all weekend, which is better. I think it is down to personal preference. Usually zero builds might sort of sway towards the MK Alpha in this high-level lobby, and we're going to see a lot of our players using those. when it comes to those close-range quarters, you really can't beat the Flapjack unless you have an SMG.
Yeah, I think if you're going to carry the Flapjack, I think, in my opinion, you carry it over the shotgun.
Yeah.
Because it's definitely a close-range weapon, similar to the SMG. I think it's great to have that and an MK7 or MK Alpha to pressure.
Ooh.
But speaking of pressure, this is not looking good here as Andalex has gone down. Nikov having to return pressure. Return fire. Okay, Wolf, my man, you're not in the right spot right now. Unfortunate there for Nikov, and Andalex going to go down as Mappy and iDrop continue to survive on. Again, a team that had an exceptional day one, continuing that here in finals. But with a teammate or a team in the distance there, you see them kind of shedding their focus back towards that direction. This seems to be one of the few in the lobby that are going to be uber aggressive in the early and mid game, which may work out for them because other teams are being a little bit more passive. There may be higher nerves for some of these other teams, but we've also seen time and time again a playstyle like this in Zero Build fall victim of being too aggressive, overextending in a fight that they shouldn't take, and then ultimately going down. So we'll be paying close attention to how this aggressive playstyle works out for them here in the finals. But now Glubsheet, the journey that we have gone on with this team. Brutal Bastion over here to Creaky Compound, still in Creaky Compound as the storm is closing further and further in. Needs to do something big, shots raining in. And I don't know that they can survive this. They do have a med miss, which could keep them in it, but with all the pressure going on around them, they couldn't have them going down.
Oh no, X-Squeeze in a whole load of trouble right now, but no, it's iDrop and Mappy that do go down, and there might be that over-aggression we talked about a little bit earlier on. Bad Sniper and X-Squeeze live to tell the tale. Of course, they're getting pressured by another team. They do have to be very, very careful with how they approach this. One crack of the shield, one big shot from this other team, and their game could also be over. So for Bad Sniper, he's not taking any chances, not taking any risks, popping all of these big pots, or two of them at least. Trying to find his way, maybe some extra heals, opting to take that med mist over the big pot. So for this team, they're going to hope that they can hold Swifty and Kiandra on the edge of zone. This is the decision you have to make. Do you hold that team? Do you try and prioritize your own positioning? I think in Zero builds, more often than not, going too early can be bad. So you don't want to get right in the center of the zone because then you have so many different angles to have to cover. You have that side that's on the storm. We shouldn't have to worry about it too much from that angle. But for Dark and Gentle, these guys are inside of the storm. And unfortunately, it's only a solo in that duo at the moment. And Arch and Norxy, I think, way back in the storm as well. You can see that as, there you go, Glubsheet does finally fall down. It's Kefi and Artor that do take him out. So many of these teams all the way back in the storm, because storm sickness shouldn't have as big of a factor when you are not making it to those late moving zones.
I agree. I think you definitely have some adjustments to make, but I'm distracted. I'm distracted by the elimination feed lighting up in Tayson's favor. Great to see there, but not great for Vortexers as he finds himself falling down here to Hellfire Nebs. Another team in the storm here in Shattered Slabs area. Shattered was an uncontested spot there throughout the heats, but great to see some action unfolding there in that spot. But now, Kafoon and Yoki going to have to use what is left of this building to try and hold on, but a lot of open areas here, and of course, a vehicle close by. If that vehicle explodes, that's going to be fire throughout the entire house, forcing them out. But it does look like it's not actually going to be the case, as they get to continue on here and just try to rotate around. I feel like they just went from what was two different teams focusing them to now being able to rotate pretty freely. That's a pretty big change, but speaking of change, Bad Sniper is not free, not in a great position, but the Cybertron Blaster comes out. Could he convert this to the 1v2? No! Noah and Blaster end up finishing him with barely any HP left.
Yeah, that was a close one for Noah and Blaster. They made it difficult for themselves, but managed to come out on top in the end. Look at these bunkers. They have at least 5 bunkers in that small pile. So that is a huge refresh for them. That just shows when you need a refresh, you have to go out and get it. It looks as though Blaster is able to take 3 of those bunkers. That's going to be so vital for them when it comes down to the end game. Huge plays from Blaster and company, as now Corny tries to hit himself a snipe, but no, gets hit in the process. NM7 claps back with the Cybertron cannon, and Skype now has to try and fly his way, or swim his way away. Does have that med miss to ensure that he can stay in the storm a little bit longer. This is going to be just a solo clutch situation. I'd be very, very surprised if Skype can pick up Corny here. And Courtney just over-peaking a little bit and getting absolutely destroyed by that cannon, which we've seen all weekend. That cannon shot into those bunkers, splash damaging against the wall. That's just the play at the moment. That seems to be the meta. And for those teams that do take advantage and can gather themselves one of those cannons, they look to be very, very, very dangerous.
They definitely can. We'll pay close attention here. For teams like Artor and Skyve, both left as a solo there to fend for themselves in what is a very, very stacked finishing lobby. Again, Zone 6, we reevaluate where it's at. A few less teams, a few less players, but still quite a few here in the final moments. So this will be a tough one. Unfortunately, Artor made the play to go for the med miss, and it resulted in his demise as players realized that he was there and immediately began focusing him. So tough finish there for that solo, but Suscript, Screwy, right there on the island. So they got the plentiful loot that does come from the floating island, of course, between the house and the checkpoint, but they need to be careful. They spend too much time there in the storm. You see players like Dark not too far away, can cause some serious issues. Now, though, it's Walks and Robabs going to have to play this one. Need to be on their toes. Their big shots coming out with the Breacher shotgun. Can he connect one? Trying to connect onto Blatcha. Big Cybertron cannon blast comes through, causing a bit of a disruption in the fight. Robab definitely weak, needs to be careful as Mixon comes in for the elims. He says, you know what, I'm hungry. I'm taking this one for myself, and he gets him.
Lovely stuff right there from the Polish lads. That's what we love to see. Unfortunately for Robab and Wox, those guys will go back to the lobby and have to reevaluate when it comes to that particular fight. Actually went down though, of course, so Mixon has to deal with that problem. Lucci and Steno, team that has been performing well all weekend, but didn't quite find as much success in the early heats. Looking to rectify some of their performance in these finals today. We'll see that 6th zone pulling all the way into Mega City. So many of those teams that were already in the storm actually rotated onto that dead side. So if this 7th zone does pull towards the east, that's going to be great for those teams. And oh my goodness, it's a whole queue to get into the zone. If you look at the bottom right of the screen, all those arrows, they're queuing up to get in the zone. And I respect it. As a Brit, queuing is important, and they're doing it well.
Respect. They're going to have to do something here, though, as Vanyak ends up finding one onto Max there into the storm, but not sure if that was his knock, so not sure it's going to convert into a full elimination points-wise for them. Now, though, they move as other teams move alongside them. NM7, of course, being one of them. You got to be careful. That man knows how to hit his shots, and of course, as I say it, Vanyak says, I don't care if he hits his shots. I'm going to turn around. I'm going to take him out myself. And wait, is that Cease and Blake yet again making it to an end game? This is a phenomenal finish here for the team that struggled in the heat, showing up big in the finals.
Yep, they really are. The zone does pull to the east as well, so the teams in that Mega City area will be happy. They'll be laughing at the position of this zone. They'll be enjoying themselves right there. But for Vanyak and Kami and all the players nearby, their rotation has to start right now. Hellfire and Neb's back there as well. We can see where that zone does pull. Some of the teams that are inside at the moment. About 3 teams that are just inside or lurking around that next zone, and Kami and Vanyak find themselves a beautiful find in this vehicle that is coming through. Archie and Norksy down in the feed as well, so unfortunately that game is over. Zanas takes out Cease, so Cease is no longer in this lobby either, and finally for Vanyak and Kami, they're able to make their way in, and I like this position just on this edge of the zone. They shouldn't have to worry too much about teams from their back, and they have this nice little view on the rest of the zone as well. So big shots needed with this sniper if they want to find some success in this particular game. Thomas HD and Malabuka are current leaders going into this game. Unfortunately, getting looked at by the entire lobby. There's going to be people shooting, sniping that car left, right, and center. Malabuka, unfortunately, will go down to very, very low HP. having to heal his way back up, but just about surviving on a slither of HP. But no, Thomas HD falls down. Malibuca has to escape using the grind rails, and again, we're needing a miracle from Malibuca.
Miracles are formed here when it comes to Malibuca. This man, non-stop, always finds success in points of adversity, and I expect no different here in a situation like this as he's left as a solo. Let's see how many solo impact points he can get by himself. It could be a huge game for him, or it could go down as Sunscript immediately going for it. They realized he was there, and now our game one, not winners, but at the top of the leaderboard after game one, has gone out. So for players like Screwy, they need to hold on. They did get the elimination, but they find themselves stuck in Storm. Lots of teams potentially looking in their area. If they're not careful, someone will come in and strike, just like Lucy and Steno picking up a nice elimination there. And they continue on in this game.
Yep, top 7 situation for Lucy and Steno right now. There's one solo in the lobby as well. So these guys are trying to seek that player out. As Japka takes down Vico in the feed, and that's a ping. Look at this, the high ground dominance. The kings of the castle, the kings of the hill. And they've got a penthouse view of the rest of the lobby as they take out Kiandra right there. That's their third of the game. And Anas is doing all the heavy lifting when it comes to eliminations, using these grind rails to rotate on in as well. Can they find themselves in the zone? They can. It's a perfect position for them, as it's Zandy, it's Refsguard that are making their way in into the water, though, so they are quite literally sitting ducks if they're not careful. But no, they get away unscathed. And so Nas and Pink try and find themselves in the best position. It's a top 5 situation. One solo left in this game, and they've got a task. They've got a big task right here, Nas and Pink, and they need to execute.
Will they be able to convert this, though? That's what it comes down to here in these next few moments, as big shots raining in from left, right, and center. Steno, though, climbing over the top. Savage trying to connect some there. 5 eliminations for Savage, none for Vidil. Vidil, when he gets in a situation like this, he definitely wants to pick some up for himself. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another 5 or another few added to Vidil there in the final moments. But Anas and Pink also in this one, too, so they need to be careful. Vidil actually goes down. Steno picks that one up. Big chunk hit and play coming out, trying to keep him alive, trying to keep him healthy. Here as they run straight to Steno.
Ooh.
Big shots come through, big shots miss, but fortunately shotgun play there gets Steno.
Ooh.
It doesn't matter though, because Z, Andy, and Refsguard were ready there in the final moments to take that win home.
Yeah, really great stuff from Zandy and, of course, Refsguard. I keep wanting to say Reddish. It is Refsguard. And, of course, they actually got into a really awkward position in that water. I thought it was going to be their demise, but they actually managed to swim all the way around, getting onto the front side of that zone, and it was a perfect position for them to look back at the rest of the lobby. Pink and Anas did a great job, but it wasn't quite enough.
Wasn't quite enough there, but fortunately for them, they still have multiple more games to go, and it was still a great finish, right? Top 5 performance there for Pink and Anas. A lot more potential moving forward for those G8 champions from last year, but you got to talk about it, man. Scram with the solo clutch to then get solo beaten by Tuna. That's going to be a fight we have to watch throughout the day, because it's going to be one that continues to take place.
Yeah, there's all these sort of little pinch points that I like to call them around the map, where so many teams are crossing over and clashing on their rotate paths, and that's exactly what happened right there. Of course, we look back at some of the other highlights, some of the best moments from this game. Mixon's little solo clutch here as well. What a game from them to manage to clutch this one out. And Vaniac and Kami, of course, making it late on into that game as well. Some really nice rotations from these guys.
Yeah, it definitely is. And Thomas HD looking to continue his reign as a champion, right? It wasn't necessarily the game for him to win yet again, or find a lot of success there into the final moments, but it still was a great game for him and Malibuca. But man, Z Andy and Refsguard sleeping right there in the corner. They said, you know what? No one's going to realize we're here. We're safe. We'll pop up in the last few moments when these last 2 teams are starting to strike, and there it is. That's when they do it. Take advantage of Anas and Pink being caught off guard and ultimately win that game. Beautiful execution there for them, and deserving of the Game 2 victory royale.
Yeah, you just saw a little bit of a split of focus right there from Pink and Anas, of course. Anas was trying to fight that player that was swimming in the water. Pink was trying to make himself a hero by taking on Z, Andy, and Reddish as a solo. And ultimately, Z, Andy, and Refsguard did a fantastic job at doing that. Of course, just taking the 2v1s on one by one, piece by piece. Of course, led themselves to a victory round. Of course, after a pretty solid game 1-2, so I'm interested to see how the leaderboard's shaping up.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it plays out. We'll see if there's any major shifts in the leaderboard. I think Thomas, HD, Malibuca will still be in the top 3. I don't see them falling too far out of that range, especially after the performance they had in game 1. But there will be other teams who didn't necessarily have breakout performances in that top 10 that we're going to be focusing on today that ultimately could fall out, and they need to remain consistent. Again, one breakout game, maybe 2 breakout games is not going to be enough here in a lobby like this with some of the most consistent players from around the world.
Yeah, it's still early days. You know, game number 2, we're a third of the way through. So for the players that aren't quite in that top 10, aren't quite in the positions that they'd like to be in, there's still time. It's not all over quite yet. And of course, we know how these games can shift, as we've seen from the Heat. So it's still all to play for. This is Fortnite, and this is zero build. So it's not all over yet.
It's not over yet, but let's check it on the leaderboard. And of course, it's actually Malibuca and Thomas HD still up at the top, but ZND and Refsguard right on their heels.
Yeah, right on their heels as well. Big game from Anas and Pink, who managed to push themselves up into that top 3. That second place is definitely going to have helped them with that. Nebs and Hellfire moving their way up, of course, as well. Cease and Blake, unfortunately, falling just a little bit, but another solid performance from them, making it to that end game. I had a few questions about can they do it when they don't get the zone. That was a situation where they didn't, and they still made it late.
Yes, that was a good indicator of what they can potentially do here. Again, finals team, struggled in the Heat. They're going to break out today, but one other team we got to talk about, of course, Andalex and Nikov, our Game 1 winners, falling pretty deep there after a bit of a struggle point right there in the transition from early to mid-game. Yeah,
we did see that, didn't we? It wasn't an ideal situation for them. They got caught in between a couple of teams, and that's where things get a little bit difficult for them. Steno and Lucy there as well in that 10th place spot. Solid performance from them, but their zone was right where they land at Mega City. So
it was
not an ideal game. They would have wanted to capitalize a little bit better, but I think, you got to come with a little bit of slack because, of course, it was those final zones that ended up pulling into Mega City as opposed to, those earlier zones as well. So I'm expecting big things from those guys.
I am too, but let's go ahead and spotlight our top 3 teams as of now. I love to do this because we get a really game-by-game breakdown of what is happening here with these players. And, of course, Anas and Pink, spectacular performance there in the game number 2, second place, leading to them taking third place on the overall leaderboard. And averaging 64 points a game is exactly what you need to do. You do that 6 times throughout these 6 games, you're going to find yourself in the top 5.
Yeah, definitely. And for a team like Anas and Pink, who have, of course, done it in the past, they won game as 8-0 builds. They have that chemistry, hopefully, and clearly it is working out quite well so far. Of course, average eliminations, I should say, of 3.5, which is really, really good from both of those guys. Just picking up refreshes where they need it. As we scroll on over to our next team that we want to highlight, of course, our second place team. It's Z, Andy, and Refsguard, of course, coming out on top in game number 2. That's going to have boosted their points up massively and shoots them into second place.
Yeah, and what's huge for them is they are finding the eliminations, right?
Yep.
They had a great game 2 win, but they are finding eliminations in both game 1, game 2, which is leading to them having a pretty high average as we get these games going. And we'll see that average continue to fluctuate, potentially go down a little bit more. But regardless, if they are consistent and don't sleep on their morals and their strategy going into this, they can be easily a top 3 team to finish. But of course, number 1, Malibuca, Thomas HD, winning Dallas, coming straight over to DreamHack Summer and trying to win this one too. But the big piece and the reason they don't slow down is despite them not winning a single game yet, they still find several eliminations, averaging 6.5 per game. And you know how impactful it is when you can get that many.
Yeah, only 3 eliminations in that last game, so it wasn't quite as much as that 10 eliminations in that previous one, of course, game number 1, where they managed to come second. But that's just a testament to how good they are. How that even though that second game wasn't their best, by far, not what we expect from them. We expect them to make their way into that late game a little bit further on. They're still on top. They're still first place. They're not by a lot, not by an absolute landslide yet.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see how that develops throughout the day. And I have no doubts that this is one of our teams that will be hovering it around that top 3.
I agree for sure. They're definitely going to be one we watch closely in the top 5. I can't imagine we see them drop out of the top 5 throughout the day. But, of course, I also said this about Andalex and Nikov, and they dropped pretty heavily after game 2. So I don't want to curse them, but we'll see how it continues to play out for them in these moments.
Yep, and, of course, we're heading into game number 3 very, very shortly, of course. And this is a moment where a lot of our teams will maybe start to think about strategy. Do we start to switch things up? We're a third of the way through the game so far. Do we decide to switch up drop spots? We saw it a little bit in the heats. Of course, teams landing at different spots. We won't be seeing any switch up of duos, which we did see in the heats. You know, that won't be happening.
We'll have to worry about that.
A little bit of an IRL dropping and a snakening going on. It's like, oh, I want to switch duos. But no, we won't be seeing that. But we will see some changes, I'm sure. And I'm excited to see how Game of the 3 pans out.
Of course. I couldn't agree more. We'll see, though, how that Game 3 goes on. And that's, again, once Game 3 finishes, we're at the halfway mark.
Yes. We
get a better indicator of how the second half is going to go. But realistically, this is where you make your adjustments and you test them for the final time.
Yep.
You obviously, if Game 1 didn't go your way, you test it in Game 2. If Game 2 still doesn't go your way, you got one last chance to really have a breakout performance in Game 3 before you then need to really worry about what's happening. Fortunately, you could try to go for high elimination games in the second half.
Yeah.
That might convert you back into the conversation, but realistically, first 3 games, it's where the important steps are made. So we'll see for these teams who can really, really solidify themselves in the first half and who will have to be a second half team to just qualify onto Gamers 8.
Yeah, we can already see that already with how the leaderboard's shaping up. Who takes this mode seriously? Who is practicing zero builds? Who is VOD reviewing because it matters? We get to see game number 3 starting very, very shortly. And right now, we're actually getting right off the battle bus. And our players, we're getting to see the distribution, of course. We're not expecting any drop spot changes as of yet, I would say.
Yeah.
Because, of course, we're still early days. It's our 3rd game of the day. And I'll be honest, it's absolutely flying by because the action is non-stop.
Yeah, these games continue to impress us. Of course, solid start to these games. Of course, we get into some fights here with Pixie and Della. This is one that's been going on throughout the weekend. Another one that we've been missing, but I've seen it in the elimination feed, is Seti going down early twice, but this time going down to the hands of his ex-teammate, Cammy, with Cammy and Japko winning that engagement up against Seti and PKR.
Yeah, I think PKR might have actually ended up coming out on top there, so we'll have to hop on board with them later on. But Pixie Della are down. It's actually an interesting drop spot. I wasn't expecting them to be landing at this location. Maybe Axe Force and Vortex has got the better of them at the Breakwater Bay area, and Tropex and Hearty Trash had another team to contest with, but yeah, it looks as though Vortex and Axe Force are uncontested at Breakwater Bay. Whether that was what happened in Game 1 and 2, not 100% sure, but all we do know now is Hearty and Tropex winning off spawn right there. So Della and Pixie right now, I'm sure, in a bit of a frantic decision-making mode. Do we switch things up? Have a little bit of time to hit the VODs and have a little look at what went wrong.
Yeah.
Blake and Cease, a little bit more peaceful at Brutal Bastion, which is very much contrary to what we've seen all weekend so far. And I think they're going to benefit from this. Having a less contested Brutal Bastion, there's enough loot to split it between 2 teams. They haven't had the best weekend, but for this team, less congestion could prove absolutely vital.
It could, and great start here for Murstache and Tayson. You already see one down. Huge. Murstache able to convert that into a full elimination there. And this has been the struggle for them. Again, it's not that they are not great fighters. It's not that they are not great players. It's that these early game engagements, because there's a lot of RNG into what you find early game, what the other team finds early game, and how the other team plays, that causes some disruption for Tayson and Murstache, but seems to be going their way so far here in game number 3. So great start for them.
Yeah, really great start. They've adopted a little bit of a different strategy. We saw them getting pushed in the earlier games, but now they're the ones doing the pushing. So it seems as though they've adjusted in their strategy. But for Malabuka and Thomas HD, I'll take some shots here against Refscard and Zandy, or Rizandy, as his in-game name shows. Thomas HD quite connected with the shots, likewise as Malabuka. This is the difficulty with having this uncontested drop spot. If they need the tags, which we haven't really seen too much of yet, Storm Surge not being too much of a factor. But they're looking around to try and find as many of those as possible. Their next door neighbors of Zandy and Refscard will be here making a play. Look at this. Rob and Wox using the bow and those cannons to make themselves a path into zone.
That's actually so smart.
Look at that.
These little things that you don't think about just innately are so valuable. So to see Wox and Robab take advantage is great. And this is not the first time here in the finals that we're seeing some new strategies play key to these teams. So it's great to see these different, like, unique ways to rotate, play the game, all coming to fruition here in the DreamHack Summer Finals. So we'll definitely have to keep a close eye, see if we can see any more of these as the games continue on. But Bully and Crackly, they have been struggling off spawn here. They have not found the success that Bully has been able to find in other DreamHack events, so he needs to be on his toes here. You want to continue this, but Sind, Curb are on the hunt. It doesn't seem like they're ready to just let Bully and Crackly slip away, as now they're starting to rotate towards them. They could just end up slipping right by. If Bully plays this carefully, he should be good to go, and sure enough it did. And Crackly actually happened to be on the other side, so interesting decision here. Neither going to engage with one another, and honestly at this point in the game, it's probably the play.
Yeah, it's probably the play. I'm surprised at how far away Bully and Crackly actually are, because this is where the double spray can come through, and I thought they would have done it a little bit earlier on, but better late than never as they get some shots onto Curb, who does find himself down to 1 HP. Bully's going to make his way in, actually sitting on the back of that motorbike to try and get some shots on through as well, but he gets off, gets inside of this building, slides past his NPC and takes down Curb. Sinner just has to run away right now, I think. That was a well-executed play from Bully and Crackly at a point where I thought it might have been a misplay, but no, Sinner actually falls down to twice hero. And that was a really, really awkward bit of play right there for Sinner and company.
Yeah, definitely not the finish that they were looking for, but for Bully and Crackly, this is a great motivator for them going into the second half. They're saying, you know what? The first half we tried to land here, it worked out in our favor, or it didn't work out in our favor at first, but now we kind of found our groove. Let's keep going here for game 4, 5, and 6. But Cammy and Japko, survivors of that early game fight that we talked about before, looking to connect, potentially convert to another double elimination here as another team is not too far away. But the patience from this team is next level as they just hang out in the bush. They're in a decent spot. Unless somebody bush checks them, they should be all right. But we'll see as Andalix and Nikov just there in the distance keep playing around in the house. And for them, this is probably the right play. Not too much going to happen here in this fight. And both teams are top contenders there for the 10 qualifying spots, so they really need to be on their toes for this one.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their loadout here, Cammy has that exotic auto shotgun, 2 bunkers, max medmis, max minis, decent ammo too. I'm sure Japko has a very similar situation, so an important loadout for those guys as Pink and Anas had a really, really solid game in that last one, second place. So let's see if they can continue with Pink with 5 bunkers in his inventory. And GG's to that chicken right there. Unfortunately.
Poor chicken.
Poor chicken. Look at this from Pink. 6 bunkers in his inventory right now. He's got that breacher shotgun. The only thing I could say, where's the heals?
Probably in the inventory of Anas. That's the only thing I can imagine, right?
Yeah.
Like, we'll have to see what Anas has.
Oh, is that? No, I thought it was a chug cannon.
Ooh, that would explain.
It was a
what?
Cybertron cannon.
You know, close enough, right?
Close.
They're both cannons, right?
They're both cannons.
Yeah, Anas, I dare you. Point the cannon down, see if it heals you and your teammate there. But him, Mariah, going to, Mariah taking some damage there in the distance. Pink going to land a few of those punishing shots. Really comes down to how consistent they can be, though. Because, again, when there's a pretty significant distance like that, it's hard to convert those into eliminations in your favor. And then you just watch yourself spending very, very valuable resources, like the ammo there and the assault rifle that he has. You have to think, you only have about 80 ammo left, including whatever clip you have in your weapon. That's not a lot to work with. So for them, they need to be mindful of that. But lots of teams still in the deep, deep north part of the storm, so we'll be watching closely as those rotate in. But again, my choice for the day, D-Roll or Impen. Need to make something happen here in the second half. They've been what is a roller coaster of play styles throughout the day. Finding some success, not finding some success. But speaking of the opposite of a roller coaster, no excitement, no movement, just Cammy and Japko playing it out safe here against Nikov and Andalex, and this is the right play. I joke that it's not exciting, but realistically, this is exactly what you need to do in this moment. Neither wants to identify that they're there. If Cammy and Japko make themselves obvious that they're in the bush, they can easily be targeted not only by Andalex and Nikov, but by other teams, because that bush doesn't protect them, it just hides them. And then for Andalex and Nikov, they have a house. This is one of the few existing structures in the area, so they're purposely being able to take advantage of that and not lose any of the existing structure as well to a focusing team from a distance. So great plays on both parts. Staying patient. We'll see how it plays out for them.
Yeah, I think Cammy and Japko could end up taking some shots when Nikov and his teammate decide to rotate on through. So they might be waiting for that, but D-Roller and M-Pen hitting a nice little double shot onto Axforce. Same as the Vortexes as well. Axforce goes down, D-Roller down to 1 HP, likewise as M-Pen, but it's not going to matter. As D-Roller and M-Pen on 1 HP almost take out Vortexes and Axforce.
You love to see it, but again, the noise from a distance, calling to other teams in the area. You even saw Archie and Norxie there looking their direction for a second. There's another team potentially behind too, so fortunately so far it has not drawn too much attention, but in a situation like that you always have to be more cautious and careful, because all it takes is one team to catch you in a state like Inpin and D-Roller were in, and you're just out.
Yep. Good state here though for Mr. Savage and Vidil up on top of Mega City. They're debating on whether to use one of these bunkers. You know what? I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be using one of these bunkers, especially if Mr. Savage only has 2 here. If there's none spare around, of course if there's spare, go for it, chuck them down, why not? But in this high ground elevation, you do have to be a little bit more careful about snipers, of course, especially when you're on this building in particular, because there is that hill across the way. But I wouldn't be expending any bunkers as of right now. Thanks for using Bad Sniper. Also playing it quite patiently. What we've seen from a lot of our teams. Sitting on the edge, just looking back. Because a lot of teams know that there's going to be plenty of players that will be lurking in the storm and hiding in the shadows. And if they can find them, then they'll be able to seek them out with maybe a nice sniper shot here from Xweez. Certainly hope for him that that will connect. Again, we're seeing so many players inside of the storm as we get to have a little look at where this next zone will pull, and it pulls a little bit south. And we see the Rift Island more towards the north side of the zone. We haven't really seen the Rift Island in action yet today.
Yeah, surprising.
Has some pretty good loot on there.
Surprising change here, as it's not quite popped yet, but we do see teams getting ready to go for it as it gets ready to populate. One of those teams, though, not necessarily in contention for the island, is of course Xweez and Bad Sniper, who do find Hardy just down below. Could be some eliminations for them, but at this point, you just kind of have to start moving. You have to start making your way around, but it's more or less chicken between who's going to do it first, because neither want to be punished for trying to rotate around each other.
Yep. 100% Kami and Vanyak in this area as well. Wox and Robab, the Swedes, are trying to take on the Brits in Bloomy and Rabid. Of course, Wox and Robab haven't had too long to drive or fly. I'm not quite sure where exactly in Sweden they reside, but shouldn't be too long of an IRL rotate for them. Coming here to shot your ping. Panda just shook his head.
Yeah. Oh man, IRL rotates over here. Listen, you had an easier IRL rotate than I did.
Yeah, I hit the dead side.
I can't. Oh man, but I can get behind Cammy and Japko right here in this bush.
Absolutely. It was a situation that I thought Nikov and Andalex might have actually been lit up here by Cammy and Japko, but they've literally just been sat in this bush all game. They've looted up. Of course, we got to see what Cammy had earlier on in terms of loadout. Japko's looking pretty solid too. No bunkers to his name. But this is quite literally the epitome of optimal loot paths off spawn. They've been able to get as much loot as they need in such a quick time that the rest of the game they can just chill, relax, and I don't know, have a cup of tea, biscuits. I don't know what they eat in Poland. I'm not sure if there's any like traditional snacks, or in the UK we have tea. Obviously, everyone knows that. I'm not sure. What do they have in Poland? Do you know? Is there anything that's a Polish treat that they might be eating?
I'm trying to think. I don't think they're. Well, there definitely has to be something, right? Because you travel to new places in the world and you experience the delicacies of those areas, whether it be licorice here in Sweden.
Yep. I will not be eating that.
Neither will I. or you have like you go to New York, you got to get pizza, right? Sure. There's all these different like nuances of areas. So I'm sure Poland has something, but focus back on Lamar, who big snipe comes through, but not able to convert there. Fortunately for Artur, Lamar has not gone down at this point, like we saw in game number 2. So the team fully together here, but fully together in the storm, and based on Lamar's loadout, not too many heals to work with. So they have to start moving. They need to make sure they make it in. And wow, you know what? I think they knew this was here. Look at this. Multiple med kits, multiple slap juices, and of course, these new existing plants. So lots to work with for this team.
Yeah, I like this play from Kefi and Artur. Good to see the rotation. They have this vehicle as well with those tires on, of course. They don't actually spawn as an item anymore, those Chonkers tires.
Yeah.
The vehicle has to actually have them on already, so they must have found one earlier on. Japko and Cammy, they've finally left-clicked and finally taken some shots with their weapons, but Nikov and Andalex are just forcing them away. So 2 eliminations for this team, and now they're going to have to finally move. Their keyboard and mouse are probably quite cold at this stage because they haven't really touched them. So not bad from these guys, trying to get into a better position and find themselves in another bush.
Yeah, another bush for them. But we'll see if they're affected by Surge here. First time we're seeing it on the day. Good on them to be prepared. Whether or not it was going to come through, obviously, of course, we don't know. But now we see Surge immediately, just immediately away. So it happens, right? Surge sometimes becomes a factor, but more often than not, you'll see the eliminations come through first. And it's going to be big plays here, starting with Twiz and NM7. How do you say this name? I say Twiz, and you say...
I say Twice here.
Twice.
Twy is another player in Europe.
Okay, so...
He played with Jalen last season, qualified to Grand Finals. One of the definite surprises of the season.
Gotcha.
But I don't know who Twy's hero actually is.
Okay.
It's not Twy, he's not there. But I don't know who is Twy's hero. So I'm not 100% sure, but for Twy's hero right now, he's having a very villainous attack from somewhere nearby, as he does fall victim to the storm.
The play in that moment, and obviously it's such a new item, so it's hard for everybody to instantly think of it, is use the Cybertron cannon like the Flint knock and try to knock yourself into zone. But big shots come out for NM7. He thought he was going to be able to get Vinyak, but it wasn't going to be quick enough as Karmi ends up picking one up. But now Bully and Crackly in a little bit of a better position because NM7 took the risk, but no, sadly, going to take quite a bit of damage. Bully needs to pop it, but no, he goes down. Crackly left as a solo. He has one in the inventory too. He has one popped as well. So he should have enough to work with to survive, but Bully is going to be completely out of this one, so we'll watch closely if Crackly clutches something to the team. Oh my god, nice little exchange there, jumping over these shots, but Marine going down in the feed too, so so many big fights happening all at the same time. Vanyak going to try to continue to exchange this. D-Roller goes down to Storm, Impin goes down as well. Unfortunate there for that duo, as they just seem to find themselves getting caught too far into the zone. Now though, Crackly does potentially make his way in through the edge. Needs to be mindful of what's going on around him, but if he was able to pick up the slap juices off of Bully's loot, he should be set to go for a little bit as a solo.
Yep, Thomas HD, Malabuka. A team that's just continuing to impress throughout today. Still alive. It's interesting how they've used one of these bunkers to box up next to this house. I think that's a smart play. A lot of teams would probably eye this house up to potentially sit inside, but of course if there's a bunker outside, they see some shots, then they might be deferred to another location, but Kefi and Arsenal still in this game as well, still alive. And the zone pulls all the way back onto the top of this hill. So for all these players down below, Queasy Veno, one of them. And unfortunately, Queasy is knocked down. This is going to be a very difficult one. Oh, Mr. Savage takes out Norxy from afar. What a shot with this Cybertron cannon. That was a sniper-like shot from something that is not a sniper whatsoever.
Yeah, I think definitely a good play on their part. Good deal, though. Just trying to connect something here. Big shot could have been, but big shot didn't land. And that's typical, right? That's what you see with a sniper.
I thought it was typical of a deal. I was going to say, that's a bit rude.
No, that's typical. That's typical player mentality, or not mentality, but player results with the sniper. Yep. Unless you're Thomas HD, then you hit through walls, and I don't know what else. Like, this man just don't miss. But Banyak, big shots come in. They did end up knocking Cammy there, but not without getting punished themselves as Javko tries to hold on for solo. And wow, Banyak able to clutch that one up. He's going to lose his teammate here, but nevertheless, still in this one. We'll see how long he can survive as a solo. Vidil, though, still going at it with the sniper. Has a nice little hill position. He will need to move here shortly, but until then, he wants to just try and take advantage of any players down below. At some point, you kind of have to wonder, should you switch to the AR, but then you look at the AR ammo and you're like, I don't really have a lot to work with, until he picks that up, and now he does. So lots of questions to be answered. But Queasy Veno, one team that we haven't personally tuned in with throughout the competition yet, still doing well here in this game, now finding some more success. It looks like Savage could end up going down. It does look like they were able to slip right into a tree there, and that's one thing we haven't seen too much used is the tree plays. But Savage, though, still going to be able to rotate in with a deal, trying to survive this one. And look at that. You love the different bunker strategies. Now really nice. Wait, a nice spot to be in for a second until the Cybertron blasts come in and Savage goes down. And Vidil right there behind him. That is an unfortunate end for that duo. They did end up picking up Queasy. I don't know if you saw that there moments before, but they still going to be out of this one. Now they'll pick it to Nas. Big team, big name, with a big hold on this leaderboard. They know they need a massive game 3 to continue to be in contention, and they're planning on delivering on that promise. So we'll see how they continue to play this one out. Several teams down below, a few teams behind, and the teams now need to start moving. Cease and Blake, though, present yet again here in the end game. This consistency leads me to believe that they've figured some things out here.
Yeah, Cease right now is as though his vehicle might need to be taken to the repair shop because it ain't budging, as he's unfortunately falling victim to another one of those Cybertrons. He's run out of fuel. It's all going wrong. It's gone from bad to worse for Cease, who sits in the passenger seat and will hopefully evade the attention of everyone else for now. He's having to solo clutch. Blake, of course, down. Thomas HD, Malibuka running in the backside of the zone. Kanada in the storm as well, so he might be falling down in a second. He does. Malibuka falls almost down as well as Thomas HD goes down to Rui. The Suscript makes his way into the zone as well. I think Malibuka and Thomas are now out of the game. That's a 9th place finish for them, so another consistent performance. But Screwy gets hit with a big shot from all the way up above, and it's Swifty that is the one that does that. Cease, unfortunately for him, falls down. Swifty gets taken down by Moneymaker as well. We haven't seen him all weekend, so good to see him involved. And Pinkin and Nas, who are absolutely running through this lobby. They picked up a nice refresh earlier on from the fall of some of our other players in Savage and Vidil. They're now able to keep going as now Anas goes down. It's Danis and his teammate looking to try and apply this pressure. Pink nearly getting eliminated as well, and he does. It's that final shot from that Cybertron cannon that will take him out. It is now a 2v2, v1v1, 2 solos.
I'm interested to see who the solos are, but of course we know the duos, Xandalex and Nikov, game 1 winners versus our other full team there of Bad Sniper. Wait.
Look at this dead side rotation.
Suscript doing what he can to survive. Danis goes down there in that moment, and Bad Sniper's able to pick that one up. He's lost that squeeze. It's a 1v2. Can he do something here as Xandalex and Nikov look to close it out here with a potential 2nd win of the finals competition?
An all-French finishes, and it's a French team that comes out on top, of course. Nikov and Xandalex, their 2nd victory royale of the day. Game 1 and Game 3. What a performance from those guys. Just seemed to sneak in. We weren't really tuning in with them too much because they were doing so well at evading not only the attention of the people that were watching nearby, but of course the other players that were trying to aggress. That was brilliant from them. Really great stuff.
Brilliant finish there from them, and obviously going to be the most consistent team so far.
Yep.
They didn't necessarily have a great game 2, but 2 wins obviously going to make up for that performance. Now, when you look at general consistency, of course, Malibuka, Thomas HD, all top 10 finishes. Yep. That's great. Cease and Blake also, I believe, all top 10 finishes. That's great as well. So lots of consistency coming out from multiple region teams. So great to see everyone representing in full force.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that Mustache snipe off spawns. That got their game off to a good start. D-Roller and M-Pen, of course, clutching up both of them on 1 HP. What a snipe out of the air there as well. And these snipers are really proving quite problematic for some of our players today. And look at this from Mr. Savage. That was earlier on. We saw that onto Norxy. But Deal, he doesn't miss. He hits the snipes. And these are some of the POVs we didn't get to see. Look at that from Cease as well, actually taking out Malabuka. So not only did he make his way towards that end game, he actually was able to pick up some eliminations in the process.
Eliminations indeed. And this was where Pink almost got picked up by Danis and his teammate, but naturally ends up going in a different way. But Suscript, man, as a solo, you did what you could. You should still feel proud of that performance and that finish there. But Nikov and Andalex just textbook handles business and takes out Bad Sniper at the final moment. Great finish there for them. Congratulations again on another sweet, sweet victory royale here in the finals.
Yeah, 5 elimination victory out for Andalex and Nikov. Great performance from those guys. Another really, really solid performance. And this is a team that we've seen throughout the day. Of course, as you mentioned, not quite the best game 2, but what they've had, 2 victory rounds. Game number 1, game number 3 as well, being victorious. But of course, on the flip side of that, Malabuka and Thomas, no victory rounds, but very consistent. So we're seeing a difference in play styles from both of our teams. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're the 1 and 2s right now.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see where they're at on the leaderboard as we pull it up now. And of course, right there up at the top is going to be Malabuka Thomas HD, still holding it down. And wait, holding it down by 36 points. Yes, you are reading that correctly. While Anas and Pink are creeping up into contention for the top spot, Malabuka Thomas HD still holding it down. Of course, Suscript and Screwy Suscript with that solo clutch there for the final moments, making his way into 3rd place. But despite winning 2 games, Nikov and Andalex only in 4th. That just shows you how impactful that second game was for them and that second game loss, essentially. So we'll see how that plays out.
I mean, Anas and Pink, look at that. They're actually leading on the placement points. 140 placement points. They're actually being the most consistent team in the lobby, just sneaking like that.
Wow.
But of course, Malabuka and Thomas's 8 extra elimination points, or 8 extra eliminations onto Pink and Anas, of course, they're leading in those elimination points, and that's currently what is, of course, making sure that they're on the top spot. Pink and Anas, they've been very consistent, but they haven't quite been able to find those eliminations alongside. But to be honest, I'd be taking that consistency at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is time for a break. We're going to take a 20-minute break, let the players go get some food, relax, get ready for the second half of games, as you all need to get ready too. Go get some lunch, go enjoy your day. We'll be back in 20. See you soon.
It's been quite fun watching everyone, as I called in Heat 1. So I've just been helping my friends and just trying to enjoy myself watching.
Like, I came in with like no expectations at all. I didn't know, like, because it's no build, so I wasn't sure. But we qualified early in Heat 2, and I was like super excited because I didn't need to play anymore, and I just could watch my friends play.
I think today I'm going to call Saudi. It's going to be my first time at gelling, so yeah, I'm pretty confident.
I believe Thomas and Malabuka are going to be hard to beat because they've already called to Saudi, so they're just going to have so much confidence, and yeah, it's going to be tough if you run into them.
Welcome back, everyone, to the DreamHack Summer 2023 Fortnite event. Of course, this is the finals. This is it, folks. This is the second half of the finals, and we're getting ready to crown who could potentially be going on to the biggest gaming festival of the year. Of course, I'm talking about Gamers 8, gamers8.gg if you want more information on that. But here it is. We've seen what the top 10 looks like just moments before we went on that break.
Yep.
We have an idea of who's falling into it. And of course, we know who's already qualified. Some of those teams actually overlapping, right? We got Malibu and Thomas HD up there in the leaderboard.
Yep.
You got Japko and Cammy in the leaderboard, already qualified on to Gamers 8. We have some others as well. So this could be a pretty disruptive leaderboard and could be a little deceptive to some of the players too, because they might be thinking, oh man, I didn't get in the top 10.
Yeah.
But they might be 11th, 12th, 13th with some of these teams that already did qualify, and then it's going to click like, oh man, I might actually make this one.
Yeah.
So stay on your toes, get ready, but let's spotlight some players. Let's talk about some of the key elements to their game. And of course, we're going to go ahead and start off with Queasy and Veno. Now, they find themselves in 18th place. They've been in and out of the top 10. We saw them in there for a little bit. See them dropping out there. Probably just didn't have the strongest early game, which is probably going to be one of the only problems that they face, right?
Yep.
So we'll be keeping a close eye on Queasy Veno for sure. You know, they are one of the teams that, while we wouldn't expect them to need this, they do need a qualifying spot.
Yeah,
they have not gotten to Gamers 8 yet, so they're going to be vying for a top 10 spot. Another team, of course, we need to focus in on, and this is probably, of course, one of the ones that most of the people at home are wondering about. I know I am, as D-Roller and Impen. 32nd. This is tough, right? You only got 3 games left. What would you need to do in 3 games with a score like this in the half to make it back, to make it come back and potentially qual?
You better get winning. You better get winning because, you know, the average elimination is 1.67. We've seen them a little bit active in the mid-game trying to take those fights. It hasn't quite been as good for them in those situations. Of course, we did see a nice little D-roller clutch in one of the previous games. So, you know, there is potential for this team when it comes to fighting, but maybe they're getting a little bit too over-aggressive at the moment. I think this is a team that definitely could go all the way, though, and I expect big things from them. Of course, sat in 32nd right now. Not ideal. Of course, they are contested off spawn in that sort of northwest side of the map, so that could be causing them a few issues. But, of course, Pump and Trashy, another one of our NA teams, also not doing quite as well as they would have hoped.
No, but again, this speaks to the motivation, right? We talked about this a little bit with another team, but here, Pump and Trashy qualified through San Diego. They're already in, right?
Yeah.
So, yes, it's nice to show up to the other DreamHack events, potentially cash out on some of that $250,000 prize, but they don't need the Gamers 8 spot. So I feel like while your motivation, is still to show up, turn up, do what you can, there's still a lot of that hesitation. Maybe I don't put all my energy into it. I don't want to waste my energy. Gamers 8 is coming up too. Maybe I can use this as practice. Whatever the case may be, I feel like some of those teams aren't as focused in, and then Pump and Trashy could be one of them because they're already qualified.
Yeah, you can look at it in two ways. You can look at it as if, maybe they're a little bit not as motivated to do well, but you can also look at it as, these guys might be feeling a little bit less pressure. They might be just pushing teams. They might be playing a little bit more loose. So that could be why they're a little bit lower down and they're not quite feeling as structured. Realistically, they should be, trying their best, trying to make this something of a success because it is $250,000 on the line in this final alone. So there's definitely a considerable chunk of change that they will want some part of. As Wox and Robab right now seem to be battling it out here. Unfortunately, not winning in this particular engagement. As of right now, as Wox is all the way up on top, it's Andalex and Nikov, a team that's doing so well. And they're continuing to do so. I mean, these guys are just performing so well at the moment. There's a lot of love in the chat for the French lads right now. So, allez les bleus for Andalex and Nikov. And for everyone in the chat that's supporting, you love to see it.
Love to see it, of course. Again, Andalex, Nikov in our top 10 as of right now. 2 big wins here on the day so far. And speaking of big wins, of course, Scram cleaning that one up, getting the full duo there. Fahid, but no, immediately getting squandered by another team rotating in. Tripper and left as a solo. Needs to do something here to keep him and his teammate alive in this one. As it is Tuna, yet again. This is where we saw before. But at that point, it was Scram, left as a solo, vying for what he could to survive. He was 1 HP in a dream, and then Tuna just showed up after he had already taken another fight. So seems to be a continued story here. So for Tripper and Scram, in my opinion, they need to do something big, and big they do as Tripper gets the first knock there onto Dandruff. Now, though, Tuna fighting back with a vengeance. Big shots rain in. Can he use the angles? No! It doesn't work out in his favor as Tripper now goes down, and of course Tuna going to be able to get Dandruff back into this one. That is tough.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting Tripper to actually take some shots at Tuna when he was going up on that zip line, but he actually decided to not. Whether he ran out of ammo or not is another question, but that was kind of an interesting play from them. Of course, Tuna and Dandy are there, the ones that come out on top in this fight yet again. Of course, another clutch from Tuna doing his bit in this duo to make sure that they are looking good. They find themselves a nice little floor loot Cybertron cannon. Don't mind if I do, says Tuna. As they can open up these vaults as well with these fire mechanics. A little bit of game of memory. Where was the fire when you last looked at it? And then replicating that on one of the other little plinths. And then opening the vault. We get to see our little distribution of players.
Yeah.
As of right now, our top teams seem to be safe. So they're looking for another solid game.
And if they're looking for a solid game, everybody on the east side is going to find one because you see how the zone pooled heavy over the water there on the east. That means it's most likely going to continue to pull in that direction. So for those teams, they're feeling pretty happy about that result. But Dandruff Tuna does seem to find another team close by here as they just kind of hang out and hope for the best.
Oh, the
big
bait.
Nades come through. You see Tuna now getting involved. Man, just another cleanup for this team. We need to start talking about them because they are finding a lot of success early on.
Yeah, they really are. I think it's just a testament to how much they practice at this drop spot, how well they know it, because a lot of players wouldn't actually be sitting behind those little bits of fire because they wouldn't think they'd be protected. But these guys, Tuna and Dandy, they did that so well. And when the team on the other side decided to try and throw some grenades into that vault, they just were able to pounce and capitalize on their lack of awareness in that particular instance. We see Thomas HD and Malabuka find themselves some nice hollow chests, so we're trying to get that Keymaster augment as quickly as possible. There it is. So, and of course grants 2 keys, and the Breacher shotgun will be in Malabuka's inventory. So, like that play. Zany though, missing that shot onto Glubshy. Glubshy all the way up on top with this hill, just outside of Brutal Bastion. Claps back with a shot himself. Yuio nowhere to be seen for now. I think he's just behind him as Glubshy now has to hit the beautiful 1v2. He starts off with 1. That's 50% of the task done. He gets hit though for a big shot from Yuio. I don't think it's going to work out for Glubshy as Glubshy does fall down the hill, and I think he does go down to full damage as well, and he does. There's the knock. So Glubshy had to have it all to do as a solo up on that hill. Don't quite know where his teammate is. Pluto actually there just making his way up, so Now another 1v2 situation. Pluto has to somehow clutch up right now. He decides to try and run away. A really nice job from these guys, but they've got to be very careful. There's teams nearby with the snipers, of course. Snipers are in play.
Yep.
This is the traditional zero build game. There's no banned items or anything of that sort. Everything that is in the game can be used. We're seeing a lot of snipes today.
That we are, and what we're seeing is also a change here. That's Inpin picking up Mappy in the elimination feed.
Ooh.
And of course, dropping shortly after. This is good signs here for Inpin and D-Roller. Adjustments being made, potentially a good pep talk there on the halftime. And it's going to start turning, hopefully, in their favor again. This is a team that I do believe still strongly in going into the second half. Despite the first half performance, there's still one I'm going to be watching closely going into the second. But there's an interesting development here, and that is that Inpin only has 150 HP. I don't know what's going on here. Why isn't he healthier?
It's all right. D-Roller
there
comes
it
in
is.
clutch. His boy
You
comes
just gotta
through.
ask.
Yeah, just got to ask, exactly. Ask nicely and you shall receive a big pot. Maybe that's what D-Roller was doing, you know? Maybe M-Pen wasn't saying please. Hey, mate, give me a big pot. Give me a big pot. What's the magic word?
Please.
Please, and that's why he got it, I think.
Yeah, you know what? I think you're right.
Yep.
Listen, for all those listening at home, know your manners.
Yep.
That's how you get things done in life. For Inpin, he's here to get things done. As he rotates over further into the Citadel, again, further into what will inevitably be the Storm. But we'll see how it plays out for him. Zone 2, though, and still 84 players remaining. That's a really, really good sign here as the game continues on. Carmi and Vanyak tuned in with him quite a bit. Found a lot of success there for some of those in-games. So we'll see how they convert here in game number 4. Love the rotations, though. The vehicle, the best way to do it. So we'll see if they can survive here.
Yep, Kalmi and Vanyak. A very good duo, very exciting duo as well. I feel like every single time I watch Vanyak play, he always has some sort of solo clutch in the end game. Every single event that he plays, he is just such a demon. He just awakens in one game. There's always that one game in the tournament where he has this crazy clutch. Vandalex and Nikov, they haven't been requiring clutches all day. They've been sticking together as a duo. Might go from pretty good to pretty bad for them pretty quickly if they're not careful, as Seti and PKR are looking at them from the tops of this hill. They try and hit back with a snipe, it doesn't quite connect, as Nikov and Andalex do lose their mobility, their vehicle. So plan B might have to come through. And of course these guys need all of the consistency that they can get, because if they want to stay up in that top 4 of the leaderboard, they need to make sure that all of these games are good ones. Yep. Otherwise they're going to slip down.
Now the focus is obviously here on Andalex and Nikov and how they can continue after winning 2 out of the 3 games on the day.
Yeah.
But another team we have to talk about that they were just fighting moments ago is, of course, Seti and PKR. This team has dropped twice now out of all the games, potentially 3 times early. So that is not a good sign for them, not necessarily living up to the expectations. However, they did qualify through Heat 1, so you know that they're one of the more talented teams in this lobby, so we'll have to pay close attention. But, of course, as you just saw, Queasy Venno, the easy cleanup for them. 2 eliminations straight on the board, and a chicken to boot. You see that?
Well, not anymore.
Well, I know. Well, Venno is, maybe he's against chickens. But one thing that Queasy and Venno have continually done is they keep purchasing the NPCs. We'll have to see how that plays out in this game, but now it's all about Nevs.
All about Nevs clutching up against Tayson and Murstache, and that is a huge 1v2 situation. A shock to the system right there, as 2 of the finest players in the European region get 1v2'd by another fine player in the same region. That's a solo. This is crazy stuff from Nevs, and for him, he'll be able to continue this momentum and hopefully get Hellfire up with the reboot card. And the van. We'll try and find the optimal location to try and do that. But for Andalex and Nikov, these guys are still alive. They're still well. Acorn is nearby. Not quite sure what he's doing there. Nikov and Andalex might be employing some tactics to get off my yard. We'll have to wait and see. Just outside of their premises, so might be okay as Acorn. Is he going to make a play here? Is he not? I wouldn't, personally. But I am casting and not playing, so that might be why, as Acorn decides to dip on out. Andalex able to heal his way back up as well. I think this is what this team are playing really well. Of course, they're on the edge of the zone, they're on the edge of the map, which means that often they do have these really long rotations. And they seem to have mastered making those rotations at the right time. They understand that Storm Sickness shouldn't be a factor, and they have the heals as well. But unfortunately, someone that doesn't have the health, it's Nebs, who does get eliminated right there. He couldn't quite find the perfect reboot. It's actually Della who does take him out. Pixie alongside him too, and there's another team nearby. Not quite sure who that was. It was Max and his teammate.
Yeah.
So for Della and Pixie, they've rotated a long way to get over here. So I'd imagine this would be a very difficult rotation for them. Unless they've changed their drop spot, of course, just before the break, we did see them dropping down to Hutty and Tropex. So maybe they might have switched things up.
Yeah. Definitely potential for some switch-ups there. We'll tune in and out there, get as much information from them as possible. Now, though, we come back over to Acorn, and of course, our current top team and champions of DreamHack Dallas. It is Malibuca and Thomas HD loaded up, ready to go with double cannons here. Can they convert this? Oh man, all it takes is Bad Sniper X-Squeeze to just be out for a second. But big shots come in. Now they're going to have to take it. Only 2 bunkers though, so for Malibuca, he wants to try to keep those for as long as possible here. They keep playing the bush. Interesting play. He does have the cannon out, which I feel like is causing Bad Sniper and X-Squeeze to be a little bit more patient. They don't want to take the brunt of any of that damage that comes along that cannon, so keep it going. Malibuca just holding it. I was about to say, I don't think they're going to challenge you guys. I think you guys might have it here, but no, they actually end up rotating around.
I love that. Both of them fully charging the cannons inside of the bush. Just a little bit of a deterrent for anyone nearby. If you go past that bush, hang on a second, that bush is making a noise. What's happened? There's some sort of little bees or something in there that are making all that noise. But no, it is 2 Cybertron cannons that can be unleashed at any given moment. So I like the plays right there. Of course, it does maybe divert a few teams away, but of course brings attention to you, as Pink unfortunately hasn't got the attention of his teammate, Vaness, because he's having to sit back and spectate. Mr. Pink, who is rotating all the way back towards this reboot over here. I believe there is one just outside of this area, just towards his right, so he might be using that in just a moment. I said it the other day, I want Pink to have his pink hair back.
Yeah.
It looked cool.
It helps with his branding too, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just kept him on brand.
You never lose it.
Yeah, absolutely not. Especially not in a crowd like this. But, man, this could be interesting. You got Svi here going up against Queasy and Veno. I'm not sure exactly where his teammate is. He's got to be relatively close in Corny, but Queasy Veno kind of trapped down below. Now Svi is actually stuck here more or less as Corny now appears. Corny has to make a decision. Does he stay up towards this container and continue to try to bait Queasy and Veno, or does he go down? And sure enough, there it is. He waits for the bait. Veno goes down here as Corny picks up 1. Can he pick up 2? Queasy is weak, and there it is as he is able to get the 2-piece to finish off Queasy and Veno. This team, wow. Surprising moves being made at this point.
Yeah, we talk so often about fighting together and making sure you stick together. That is an instance right there where being split actually benefited them so much. We saw Corny dropping down, going for those close-range fights. All the while, Sky was, of course, up on top of that. I don't even know what that is. The drill, looking on down from the high grounds and able to provide some suppression fire for Corny as he was taking those fights. And of course, Corny did not disappoint when it came to hitting shots. Well, upgrade that shotgun as well, which he does. And this is a really nice position for them to be in. They've got themselves a nice refresh, taking out the reigning FNCS champions on EU of Queasy and Veno, who are definitely a shoe-in to win it all today, but not quite performing. Malibu and Thomas are performing, and they're aggressing onto Japko and Cammy. Cammy getting beamed to the back as well. Japko in the process too, so it looks as though Thomas HD did manage to take out Japko, and Cammy got beamed from another angle. It was PKR actually that took him out, so a little bit of an interesting battle going on right there as Thomas HD and Malibuca decide to dip on out. They don't want anything to do with that because they're playing the long game. They're playing for the win here, and they're both winners. And we mentioned it earlier, Panda, about being a sort of player that these teams that have already qualified might not necessarily go all out, but
yeah.
Knowing Malabuka and Thomas, these guys are champions. They are winners, and they won't really worry too much about that. It's all about winning.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line here for these teams. I know there's a lot of teams still in this one. Of course, Queasy Vena going down. We heard the Death Slam all across Sweden. But we know that he's not necessarily the biggest fan of zero builds. You know, he does tend to lean more towards the standard BR. So maybe that disdain is causing him to fall a little bit behind here in this meta. But you know how important Gamers 8 in this final quali is. So hopefully in the second half and the last 2 games it will be for them, they start to find a little bit more success. But speaking of success, is Blake and C's continually finding their way into the end games. Remember, they're a top 10 team as of right now, and they've been doing big things despite their Heat performances. They are defying what would have been all odds against them as they continue to impress a lot in this lobby, including ourselves. Huge fans of Cease and Blake, but to see them step up in a big way here in the finals is great.
Yeah, these guys, I think, are momentum players. They rely on the vibes. They rely on things looking good. And throughout the Heats, we saw that, taking a bit of a negative downturn. We didn't see them doing too well in Heat 1, which resulted in worse performance in Heat 2, Heat 3, and then they needed a big clutch in Heat number 4 to even be here today. And they're just riding that wave of momentum and that wave of belief right now. And hopefully they can continue that throughout the rest of these games. So many teams inside of the Storm as well. As we see the zone pull all the way back towards a lot of players on the south side of the map. We can see some lovely dead side positioning from Refsgard and Ziandi. Of course, creating an absolute barrier that Malabuka and Thomas HD have to try and run through. So much Storm play going on right now. And it's absolutely vital. It's Pink and Anas right now, back together as a duo. Anas able to pick up PKR. Pink having to heal up down below. Seti is nearby as well, so Seti now down to a solo for now if he can't pick up PKR. It's an important situation for Pink and Anas. Do they fight? Do they push? I think they will. It looks as though they are. All systems go. Pink going up as well. They both have this new augment, or not new augment, but a new augment that's going to help them out in that fight that we haven't seen too much of. It's Soaring Sprints. It just helps them close the gap and take out Seti, who was the solo dandy, hitting a big shot, but Pink clapping back with a huge snipe to the body. As Anas decides to rotate on back, and this is a good position for them, but they are in the center of the zone here. They could get looked at by a lot of players.
They can, but they doesn't look like it'll happen as they continue to get to rotate further into the zone. Smart play on their part. They're not just going to stay stationary where they were at. But speaking of stationary, is Gentle and his teammates. Big shots coming in from them as they're still in Storm. But man, Malabuka goes down here to Pump and Trashy. Trashy goes down and Pump clutches it up. That's going to be the first non-top 10 performance here from Malabuka and Thomas HD.
Yeah, a bit of a slip up for those guys. Really not ideal at all. As I mentioned, we saw that Refsgard and Ziandi were actually just forcing them in a different direction than they would have liked because, of course, they were on that dead side of zone. And now Anas and Pink have got to make their way in. So this opens the door wide open for the teams that are a little bit below Malabuka and Thomas HD because, of course, I think they were 36 points ahead of second place.
Yeah.
So now every point that these teams just below them will count towards that push towards the top of the leaderboard. One team that's looking to do that, and now some Pink. I think they were sat in around the top 4 going into this game. This is an important one for them now, especially since the Malabuka and Thomas are down. Mixon and Blacha getting some shots through, and it's Blacha that gets the credit for those. Their first eliminations of the game. Let's rotate on through as well. A fantastic way of doing so. Blast is up there too, able to try and blast this cannon down below, but without some return fire from Mixon. I like this. They don't get too aggressive there. They already picked up these eliminations. They don't need this extra refresh. They're just going to chill and play their own game.
Chill indeed. Good on them to just keep calm here in a situation like this. And you're right. Right now, as it stands, I believe Pink and Anas right there in the top 5. So good on them to keep moving forward. And for them, again, every point's going to count as Thomas HD and Malabuka are out of this one. So an opportunity to take over the first place spot is open and imminent, but not when you have teams like Blacha and Mixon looking to disrupt the flow of the game. Big Cybertron blasters or cannons coming through, and what I thought was going to be a pretty clear win for them in that fight immediately turned as they are now down and out in the lobby.
Yeah, they are, but There's a huge moment now for Pink and Anas, who are able to try and play against these players. It's Bloomy and his teammate that's nearby. It's actually Acorn and Okus that are really close to Anas and Pink, but now Anas down to 5 HP. That's not going to last very long. He's down back to the lobby. Pink trying to make his way into this clutch situation right now, but can knock down Okus. Not quite enough for him, and they both get sent back to the lobby. Huge shots from Asia's across the way as Gentle and S-Dark are able to look across as well. The zone does pull from the south, so teams that are on that the gas station area like Gentle and the other teams to their east, they'll have first dibs at getting into this zone. And first dibs at looking back. Benajin right now and Moneymaker. This is a long rotation for them, not quite as peachy when it comes to positioning. Have an absolute whole flurry of loot right here. This is fantastic. And there's so much action going on, and there's so many players involved in this endgame. It's tough to keep track, and it's tough to rotate. So for Kira and Mariah, they need to make something happen, and they need to make it happen fast.
They do, and you see them opting to actually drop a Medmiss in half bots for the Chug Cannon. Good play on their part. Big Snipe could have come through there. Not quite connect. As Kanata relentlessly pushing there with the Cybertron Cannon. Huge play there for them, but Dark and Gentle now getting back together. I thought, wait, maybe a little miscommunication there, but no, Kanata actually going to go down. It doesn't matter if they miscommunicated. Now they're going to get in the car and start to make that rotate around. You see, there's actually Rabid still in Storm. He's going to end up going down there. And another team, that's Vortexers, catching out Dark right on the edge. They get out to try and take the fight. Vortexer, big shot on him. If he plays it smart, he could get it, but no, Dark goes down. Gentle left as a solo player. He's going to go, it looks directly up against Axforce, and he takes him down. That's going to be one. Can he get two? And he does it. Vortexers and Axforce going to be out of this one as Gentle picks up the 1v2 clutch.
Gentle, you are crazy. What a clutch from him, as Vanyak needing a similar sort of clutch for himself right now. Only got that white HP, 2 floppers to get himself back up to 88. Unfortunately, though, for him, getting shot by the whole lobby. Jumping into the box, Gentle. Good damage shot, but it's not quite enough. As Gentle says, no, you are not allowed in my house, and pulls the next zone as well. So 4 eliminations for him, 0, of course, for S-Dark. So a total of 4 for the team. And Gentle now has pulled the zone. He can run back onto all this extra loot, pick up these big pots, pick up this positioning, and maybe, just maybe, win the game.
He could do it as a solo. That would be exciting. Of course, Pump going down there is not too exciting for him. He needs to try and make something happen in the second half, or in the last 2 games. But Gentle now, here it is. Big shot coming through, taking way too much damage in a 1v2 situation. It all comes down to this, but no, Gentle is going to go down. Tough in there for him, but it's Refsguard and Ziandi picking that up. Wait. Didn't they already win a game 2?
Yeah, I think so. That's a fantastic game for them again.
So we've only had 2 teams.
2 teams that have got
win out of 4 games.
Unbelievable.
What is going on here? I like the consistency, don't get me wrong. But man, what a change of events.
Yeah, you love to see it. And of course, a big shout out to Gentle right there, hitting those 2 huge shots onto Axforce and Vortex to keep him in the game. And of course, then keeping on going, getting that second place. We've seen it so often. A lot of these solo clutches, they don't get them the win, because in zero build, it's very, very difficult to do that. But getting them second place is absolutely huge. So great job from him.
Super impactful there in that moment. And of course, lots of things going on. We got to talk about the Scram and Triprin issue, though. Right there off spawn is one thing they need to start kind of adjusting, right?
Yep.
It's clearly not working out in their favor. We're already into the second half of the game, so there's probably not much they can do in reference to trying to qual or trying to get into the top 10, but there is still a way to at least win off the drop throughout the remainder of this, so we'll see if they can make the necessary adjustments to do that. But man, Thomas HD Malibuca going down early opens up the top of the leaderboard. Why? I mean, literally, some of these teams can easily slip in, so we'll have to see what impact that had once the leaderboard comes up. But you just gotta love these plays, right? You think they're gonna go one way, and all of a sudden it goes a different way.
Yeah, that's what Zero Build's all about. All it takes is that one initial knock, that initial damage onto one of the players, and this was the clutch right here from Gentle. Beautiful stuff to knock Axforce, and then the huge shot onto Vortexes, and this is what saved him. This zone was actually just pulling into this bunker, had a little bit of a surprise visitor in the name of Vanyak, and of course took him out pretty easily. Couldn't quite make the miracles happen, of course, against Ziandi and Refsguard, but a solid performance from him, and of course, another victory out for Ziandi and Refsguard. This is how it's done. 2 from 2 of our teams. How are they doing it? It's actually crazy.
they're kind of just trading off wins at this point.
Yeah, I guess it's going to win.
It's like, yeah, you win one, I'll win the other, and then we'll just flip back and forth. Okay, cool.
Nikov's turn next.
Yeah, that would be good.
That would be amazing.
Listen, if Nikov and Andalex win the next game, something's broken. Broken in the Fortnite universe. I don't know. We're just on repeat. Game 1, Game 2, Game 1 to Game 2. So we'll see how it goes down. But the leaderboard is here, ready to go. And if somehow Malibuca and Thomas HD have done enough to maintain the top spot. But taking over second place is, of course, Anas and Pink with that big game for them. So great to see some shifts here in the leaderboard. And Kanata and Agers, again, one of the teams that have already qualified onto Gamers 8, now in the top 5.
Yeah, you'd love to see that from Kanata and Agers, of course. Ziandi and Refsgard there still in 3rd place. And one of our teams that has also won 2 games, Andalex and Nikov, in 8th. So it just shows that their other 2 games that they didn't win wasn't quite as good, particularly when they only have 12 eliminations there as well. If they want to be up in that top echelon of players like Malibuca and Thomas, Pink and Anas, they need to be picking up those eliminations as well. And just Malibuca and Thomas, that's what they're doing so well at the moment. They're combining decent placement with those eliminations, and that's ultimately what's caused them to be a solid lead. I think that's, 17 points ahead of second place. So going into the final 2 games, they have to be confident, and hopefully for them, if they can have a solid game 5 here, that could be the crown for them.
It could be, but also it could be a deciding factor in the opposite direction for them too.
Yeah.
Because in Game 4, here as we get into the second half, they didn't necessarily have the performance that they were typically expecting for them. They did put some eliminations on the board and get some placement points, so it did work out a little bit, just enough to get some points on the board for them throughout the game. However, that's still going down way earlier than they typically have. Their first performance where they weren't in the top 10, finishing out the game here on the day. So for them, they just want to be consistent. Maybe they take a little less risks, right, to finish the day off, but you never know. The risk got them up there to the top, so we'll see how it plays out. But Pink and Anas right there on their heels.
Yeah.
And, of course, you got to shout out the Gamer 8 winners of last year coming out hot here in the finals.
Yeah, they are. Of course, they haven't played with each other for a good while, so I was kind of questioning, have they still got that chemistry? Have they still got that synergy working off each other? Seems like they have. Seems to be pretty good so far. Second place, not too bad at all. And they're just keeping on making it to these end games. I think they're on 178 placement points, if I remember rightly. So they're able to be in those end games more often than not. They're able to keep those consistent placements going. They're not going absolutely crazy on eliminations either, but for them, it's working out well.
Yeah. So let's talk about the top 3 here real quick. Of course, Andy, Refsgard winning 2 out of the 4 games here. Doing really good at being consistent. Obviously, again, Andalex, Nikov, they've won 2 games too.
Yep.
But the other 2 games where they didn't win were not the same performances, right? They weren't as consistent.
Yep.
So Ziani and Refsgard is a good display of both wins and consistency outside of the wins too. So great plays on there for 3rd, but we got to look at Pink and Anas.
Yeah, of course.
I got to see what they're doing here to climb back into it, because they don't have a win, but they still find themselves in 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, look at that average placement. 7.5, around 8th place. They're finishing every single game. Decent eliminations, too. It's just decent across the board right now for these guys. They haven't had an absolutely spectacular game. They haven't had high eliminations going crazy. They also haven't, of course, got themselves a victory royale yet. So I'm expecting these guys to come in clutch. Only 17 points behind Thomas and Malibuca. It's not out of the question yet. And if they can continue these good games that they're having and taking advantage of the positionings when they have them, I'm expecting big things from this team. And of course, they've already, they're a team that's already done it. They've already done Gamers 8. They've already completed it when it comes to 0 builds. So I expect no less when it comes to the actual event later on this month.
Of course, and you can't talk about experience without talking about Malibuca Thomas HD.
Yep.
Already qualifying to Gamers 8 through the DreamHack Dallas event. Malibuca winning Gamers 8, but on the standard BR side last year. Thomas HD also playing in the Gamers 8 event. This is some great experience for them and great practice for them. And clearly something is working, because they're playing against the best of the best here in this event and still on top, just like they were 2 weeks ago in DreamHack Dallas.
Yeah, it's that uncontested drop spot. It's that racetrack that they get every single game. It has so much loot. It has so much natural shield. Of course, you just land straight onto that slurp truck. Instant 100 shield. There you go. So, of course, not only with all the loot that's nearby, they have easy rotations as well. And it's a team that aren't particularly good at being contested, for at least what we've seen in the past. So the fact that they are uncontested, they haven't got that initial fight to have to battle with, they're doing good, and they're right at the top spot.
Yeah, and look, they deserve to be there.
Yeah.
They've clearly shown time and time again that they are the best team in the lobby, cohesion-wise, here in Zero Build. Obviously, you can argue who's the best duo in multiple game modes, but right now, right here, they've shown now twice in DreamHack events that they are the best competing team on the weekend. So great to see it continue, but can they continue it? We won't find out until we get into game number 5 as we prepare to get that battle bus loaded and ready to go for you. 2 games remain here. As Levin always says, the penultimate game is upon us. Will we see these names that we've seen time and time again remain up at the top of the leaderboard, or will we see new teams climb up? These are the questions we have to get answered as these games get ready to progress on. But you know what? I start to predict teams, right?
Okay.
And then things happen that don't seem to go in their favor. Can we talk about it?
Well, both of us, apparently.
Yeah, and D-Roller, right? Not in the conversation right now. After Nikov and Andalix win a game, I said before game 2, hey, like, this is another team I really could see them ending the day. They don't do well in game 2. They did come back in game 3 and win, so there's still some success found from them. But then they went on to game 4 and just didn't have a great game either. So I don't know. I don't want to call it a cast or curse, but at this point, like,
it is.
We are. Yeah, I'm so sorry to any of the teams that we're end up like publicly rooting for here on the show because something's happening.
Yeah, that's what's happening. I mean, Tayson and Murstache as well, the team that I was highlighting at the beginning, not quite having the best day either so far, as well as Queasy and Venom not quite doing so good either. So hasn't been quite as the best performance from our big top dogs in EU.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they finish out because, again, Murstache Tayson need a top 10.
Yeah.
The Queasy Venom need a top 10. A lot of teams here need a top 10.
Yeah.
Empen D-Roller, Cease and Blake.
Yeah.
We have, of course, let's see. How could I forget this? Pinkin and Us also need a top 10.
Yeah.
So many big teams, big names here need these top 10 finishes. Some of them are in that contention. Some of them are not.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it plays out with 2 games remaining, but it's going to be a close one to the finish.
Yeah, it is. This is really where things get serious because if you make any mistakes, any slip-ups at this moment in the tournament, things can go very south very quickly. For the teams that are in that sort of top 3, they should be pretty confident they will get a top 10, but things can change so quickly. As we mentioned, of course, Zero Build has that impact. We don't know what the zone's going to be. We don't know how these players are going to interact with each other when it comes to rotating. We've seen so many teams inside of the Storm actually late rotating in. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. And I think in that last game, Malibuka and Thomas fell victim to that. We saw them all the way down deep into the Storm. We actually saw a Resguard and Ziandi set up just on the outside of the zone as well, and they were just blocking them. They couldn't let them in. So, of course, that's where they ultimately had to use a lot of materials and, of course, their utility to fall down. But game number 5.
Here we go.
The questions are going to be answered. Who can do it? Who's going to rise? And who's going to fall?
Well, I don't want to say Pinkin and Nos will rise because then we'll cast a curse them too. But, you know, this is a team that we have to watch off spawn and, of course, watch throughout it. Andalix, though, they're in the feed getting caught out, leaving Nikov as a solo yet again. This is tough, and I'm not sure what is happening for this team, but they are just not having the second half that we were expecting.
Yeah, not at all. So hasn't been the best start for Nikov and Andalix in this game. I think it was Wox and Robab who were contesting them, and they've decided to drive away. So quite interesting how they wouldn't want to finish this fight out. Maybe Nikov was able to get them both to a low HP, but Nikov has got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders right now. If he can pick up this reboot early on, that should be good, because of course not many players are going to be looking at early pushes. They won't have the loot to do so, they won't have the shield. The quicker he can do this, the better. And let's just hope for Nikov that none of these Shattered Slabs teams decide to rotate on down. Seems to be a lot of action going on across the map, and I'm sure these games will become a little bit more aggressive as we get towards the later stage, of course. Game number 5 here, the penultimate game before the ultimate game of Game 6. If you just joined us, Thomas HD and Malibuka are on top at the moment, doing a very good job of it as well. Pinkin and Nas close by. Was Ziandi and Resguard up there in third place. But for Max and Hyrax, Slappy Shores, we saw the success of Tayson and Murstache actually pushing down here earlier. It looks as though they're doing the exact same thing again, trying to take this fight. Trying to bank on the fact that Max and Hyrax won't have that great loot. And it looks as though they don't for now. Murstache decides to run away. Tayson is close by, so they shouldn't have too many issues, but a nice beam there from Max.
Good day here for them if they can win this off-spawn engagement, because we know, again, Murstache, Tayson, they're a second half team, and they're also a finals team.
Yeah.
So I can see big things coming from them. Now, obviously, depending on the game mode, of course, they're a second half team because sometimes they're just a whole series team.
Yeah, also.
Yeah, because Mersacitation showing up big in the last couple FCSs, but it's good to see a team newly formed on the year, finding a lot of success for the most part. But again, it has to be something about in-person events that slows this team down a bit because when they're at home in their element, they just almost don't lose.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I think it's a confidence thing as well when it comes to this team. When it comes to zero builds, I know it's not their preferred game mode. They make that very clear.
Yeah.
I mean, if they get off to a good start, we saw it last FNCS, Tayson and Mustache actually winning the first game, so they can definitely be those the team that can come out of the gates and really catch people off guard in terms of their ability, but it shouldn't be any surprise to anyone. These are two of the finest players that the region has to offer. Andalex and Nikov back as a duo, back together.
Good
Great
stuff.
job from Nikov, able to pick up the reboot onto Andalex, and it was early enough that they were both able to actually pick up some loot now, and hopefully for them they'll be able to have a better game than what we saw in the last, and a better finish with maybe a couple more victory rounds. That'd be quite nice for them.
Could be indeed. So Andalex getting in the vehicle here. Nikov picking him up as well. So they're going to start moving. Big shots coming through, though, for iDrop. He's lost his teammate, Mappy, just down below. He needs to press this team off just enough so he can get down there and potentially get him back in, but it doesn't look good so far as iDrop is failing to push them off enough. But now some big shots land through. Could we see them giving up, holding that high ground spot? Not sure. But with Mappy completely out of this one, iDrop just wants the card, and so he's going to play the bunker, get his boys' card, get his loot, and get out.
Yeah, it's an important game for these guys as well. Currently sat in 40th place going into this game, so they need to turn it on right now. Otherwise, things could look pretty bad for them come the end. There's Nikon and Andalex getting back on board with these guys, of course. Not having the best second half. 2 victory rounds in the first in game 1 and, of course, game number 3. So, not bad at all. Sat in 8th place going into this game. They need a big performance in this game to catch the likes of Malabuka and Thomas, who are sitting a solid 57 points ahead of them going into this game.
Yeah.
So that is quite a considerable margin if they want to come out on top today. But I'm sure a lot of these teams, a lot of the players will have their eyes set on that top 10, top 11, top 12, whatever it ends up being, of course, because we do already have some qualified players. And for our teams that are inside of this this threshold right now, they're just got to keep consistent, they're just got to keep calm, not get too crazy, not get too excited. Enjoy the experience. I mean, playing at a LAN.
Yeah.
Personally, I've never actually done it. Never actually played at a LAN. But I suppose the feeling, the excitement, the vibes when you get a win, when the highs are high, it's got to feel good having everyone around you.
Yeah, I've played in a LAN venue, but I've never played in an event at a LAN, right? So, and I'll tell you this right now, it's hard to hear. Yeah. That's for sure. Yeah. So you got to applaud the teams that are out there because the venue, you have to remember, it's a whole gaming festival. It's not just a Fortnite event happening at DreamHack. Yeah. There's a lot of other stuff going on. So for these teams, they're just trying to match through what is the focus of the gameplay in front of them, not focused on other teams and stuff. Like the Kanata yell or the Queasy Death Slam. They can't be distracted by that stuff. Yep. No. They got to focus solely on what is happening in front of them, and it can be tough at times. But speaking of tough, of course, it is the vengeance that Venno just got on NM7. As he walks away getting that elimination, Acorn is back in this one with Okus, a team that's being a little interesting, right? So again, not necessarily one of our top focused teams, but we need to start talking about them because they're in the top 20, 17th place as of right now, 165 total points going into this one. So they definitely have what it takes to potentially walk away with it. But we saw this happen before. We're seeing it potentially happen again, and it does. It is Corny and his teammate. Wait. Was that? No, I don't think it. Oh, no, it was. It was Corny and his teammate walking away with Deal and Mr. Savage. So we saw not too long ago a clutch up there with Corny against Mr. Savage Deal. We saw him clutch up against Queasy Venno.
Yep.
If he goes up against Malibu, Thomas HD and wins, I'm going to lose it.
Yeah, he's just playing a little game of top EU talent bingo. Isn't he? Who can we eliminate next?
He needs to change his name to Pro Killer because something's going on, man. I mean, he is on one against some of the top names in the lobby, but we'll continue to watch how that progresses for him. Again, he's had some decent games, could result in a top 10 at the end of this finals, but we'll have to just wait and see as these games continue in. Remember, he is in 7th, too, going into this one.
Yep.
So every point is going to count for them as they try to climb the leaderboard up and up again. But remember, Queasy Veno are not too far away, and that is a fight while they've won before, it's not one that they can comfortably continue to take and expect to win every time.
Yeah, not at all. A lot of people would regard this team as the best team in the world at the moment, Queasy and Veno. The big brain combination of IGL abilities with Queasy, always just trend-setting when it comes to tactics, strategies, and IGL capabilities. And then, of course, Veno, the best fragger in the world in a lot of people's minds. Mine too.
Yeah.
The best player that can not only find eliminations where they matter and find refreshes in endgame like a typical fragger, but he also possesses a very smart brain himself too. He knows how to play. He could almost IGL if he wanted to as well. But of course, when you have the likes of Queasy, stick to your fragging.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, too, Veno learned a lot from his years of playing with Archie. You know, you can definitely learn a lot from that wise man.
Yeah.
Age is but a number, but of course, in this world, in the Fortnite world, Archie's a grandpa.
He is. He's actually just about the same age as me. So,
wild.
We were speaking about that. We were saying, yeah, we're really old.
Then I am a great grandpa in this scene.
Yeah, you're ancient.
But Andalex and Nikov, man, now facing some more adversity here as Bully and Crackley pull up. Big shot comes through there, but not enough. Does take off the overshield, but Nikov goes down. Andalex holding on as a solo. He cleans it up, and Bully and Crackley are down and out. Andalex with a massive win in that fight.
Yeah, huge stuff from Andalex right there because, of course, we saw Nikov clutching up earlier on. Now it's Andalex, the shoes on the other foot, but unfortunately for these guys, it's going to end in disaster because it's Queasy and Veno that decide to roll on through. Andalex, as a solo, cannot quite find the revive onto Nikov. That is not good for our French team. That is going to be some alarm bells ringing in the Nikov and Andalex department because they're putting a lot of pressure on themselves in the final game, and we'll have to see how that one goes. Teams that aren't putting that pressure on themselves at the moment, Pink and us, both got an elimination each. Let's try and find a few more as well, a couple more from team across the way. It's Steno and Lucci.
Yep.
Trying to take off, but I like the way they're playing this. They're not just getting too aggressive. Steno gets cracked by Anas's cannon there as well, so down to low HP, but Pink and Anas understand that it's not a fight they want to be pushing, especially when they're in this position in the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a bold statement here, or maybe it's not so bold, to be honest.
Okay.
Andalex and Nikov fall out of the top 10.
Top 10? Ooh.
I think it happened.
Maybe.
Again, obviously depends on the performance of everyone underneath them, but they were already close to the bottom as is. So to see a finish like that, sadly, I do believe they will fall outside of the top 10, but for players like Pink and Anas, they're still up there and clearly up there as of now. One more solid game, I think, solidifies them in the top 10, but they're not going to settle for this. Pink and Anas are not a team to just be like, oh, yeah, I got top 10. Great, I'm taking a break. Let me put my feet up. No, they are winners. They are champions, and they want to continue to reign at the top. So hopefully they can finish off strong as Twice has gone down here, leading NM7 by himself. Twice is hero.
Twice hero.
Twice hero.
Twice hero. I assume it's that. Because I know Twi has a lot of fans.
Yeah,
and especially since he qualified to the grand finals with Jalen last season.
Yeah.
And big ups to Jalen for that performance as well. Of course, the IGLing capabilities. I was watching them a lot actually during that season. They were always entertaining to watch, and I don't think people give enough credit to Jalen for his abilities during that. So shout out to Jalen, but he's not playing today, unfortunately. He was playing this weekend. Switched around teammates a few times, didn't quite make it happen.
Yeah.
And a big shout out to a lot of our creators and players that took part this weekend. A lot of players that haven't quite made it to finals, but made the trip down or made the trip up, depending on where you live, and of course enjoyed the experience. I'm sure Juriki, of course, one of our pro players that didn't quite qualify. Janice, Reason, another one. Some of our content creators, Ruby plays,
right outside of it
creators as well, just outside, and Big ups to her and her community, always showing love to everyone in the stream, always so positive, of course. Likewise, Reddish.
Yep.
Actually, Reddish was not going to go, but she decided last minute that it was going to happen. So great to see people turning up.
Well, she's been traveling a lot, man.
She's been non-stop.
She went to Dallas.
Yep.
Edinburgh.
Yep.
And then here.
And then here.
So
you might not even remember where
respect.
our house is.
Yeah, I mean, do you even still have a house at that point?
Yeah.
They probably sold it. Probably, they were like, oh, no one lives here anymore.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, Pink and Anas, these two. Oh, man. I think as much as we've cast our curse at some other teams today, I think it is safe to say that Pink and Anas are happy, of course, with their performance, but also going to be going to global, or not global, Gamers 8. You never know. I mean, Major 3 is right around the corner. We could see them playing together, too, for that, which, honestly, I like their team chemistry.
Yeah.
I would like to see them play Major 3 together.
I doubt it. Pink's playing with Vico at the moment. So
Vico's so good.
Exactly. So
it's like, but Anas is so good too. That's the thing that like, all these players are marginally better than each other, right? It's like, and they're marginally better in certain areas that fit better in certain metas.
Yeah.
Except Vino, who's just like significantly better, and like in every way, and he just makes the right decisions. Except Zero Build, apparently.
Apparently, at the moment, anyway.
Yeah. But in the standard BR, best player in the world, hands down. Arguably. We have to say, well, we don't have to say this, but like to be safe to the community,
I mean,
you kind of have to say arguably.
Yeah, would you say the same?
I would agree, 100%.
Yeah.
I don't think, like, when you look at his performances and his consistency and his play style and watch how he plays very, very closely, no one is touching what he does.
Yep.
And people lean on like the few mistakes he's made with the 1v1 against Tayson, the 1v1 against Cammy, and obviously those were crucial moments in time. But overall, if you look at the overall appearances of Veno, he by far best player in the world at the moment.
Yeah, I mean he has to get to those clutch situations 1v1s to actually make it count. So he has to do all the hard work beforehand, and of course people are always going to focus on the moments where you didn't quite succeed versus those that you do. So big ups to Vino. Some people say Veno, some people say Vino. I'm a Veno type of guy.
So
some people say Vino.
I am too, and I used to be Vino until he did the player profile in the last FNCS, and he was saying the whole time he was consistent with it. He said Veno, 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 and I was like, okay, because I've heard himself say Vino as well.
Yeah, he doesn't mind.
Yeah, I think
he doesn't mind.
Yeah, he doesn't mind either way, but I think originally the OG was Veno, so that's why I kind of lean more towards that now. But we'll see how. We'll have to ask him someday. But NPen D-Roller here, again, looking to pick up the pace in the second half. Big shots come through to start the fight, but will it be enough? NPen actually bouncing off the tires. He needs a big shot to finish it, and there it is. They get 2 eliminations here, but they need to continue on. They cannot be complacent in one win. They need multiple wins in this game as they look to get more.
Yeah, we saw them taking this fight, of course, against Axe Force and Vortex before, similar sort of situation, and they fall down in that engagement. This one might just be similar as well, as D-Roller does get knocked. NPen has to try and pick up the revive right now, or just make his way into zone. No heals to his name, so this is going to be a difficult one for him as the zone starts to go to a 2-tick, and unfortunately there's absolutely no hope for him as he gets sent back to the lobby alongside his teammate D-Roller. And that's, again, it's deja vu. We've seen it again, them taking a mid-game fight, winning it out, but not quite winning in the long run.
Well, and that's the team that's landing with them, too, the Nitrogen Repairs. So, clearly, they're obviously going to be in the same side of the map, same area, but tough to see them still fighting here in this one. But Thomas HD going to need to pop that Slurp Juice. Malibuka looks like has one, too, so they'll play this one from the Storm for a little bit longer. But Kanata now does lose Agers here for a moment. Pressure's coming in. Fortunately, he did place multiple bunkers, so no matter how much you Cybertron away, you're not going to have enough of that ammo to get through. No. Wait, as I say it, no! Noah and Blaster come out of nowhere and using the Cybertron cannon eliminate Agers and Kanata.
Wow, what a play. I thought that went through the wall from the other side, but no, it was a little sneak up from behind from Blaster and Noah, and that's exactly how it's done, finding those eliminations. I like how they didn't just W key that area straight away, because they have the zone here. They have this positional priority over everyone on that south side. It'll be interesting to see whether they do decide to make that rotation through. I think that was Kuzi and Venno there inside of that vehicle, but no, Venno hops out and hops into the snipes because Blaster gets shot down, and Noah is now able to, hopefully for them, clutch up, and that's how things can take a turn for the worst. When you're in the center of the lobby like this, all it takes is one snipe, one beam onto you, and your whole game goes from bad to even more worse.
Yeah, it'd be tough there for them, but for Noah, he's going to continue to try and progress here in this game, and so for him, it's all about how can he survive this. Blaster is down. He is a solo. Wait, and he can. He's actually going to be able to get Blaster back into this. So after what was a big play against Canadianagers, despite him being knocked for a little bit, they do get back into this one. And it looks to be pretty healthy as well with the med miss. But no, Tree, we immediately switch over, falling onto Thomas HD. Malibuca getting knocked off the hill. This is not good looks. He needs to either get into zone or take the slurp juice. Thomas has to do something here in this moment because he is so weak. One shot away from just being completely eliminated, and there it is. Malibuca does end up getting focused by another team on the hill, so there he's going to be out of this one, but Thomas just kind of vying to survive. Interesting play here on his part.
You saw him actually have to get out of that vehicle to pop the slurp juice. Funny thing is, you can't pop slurp juices in vehicles for some reason.
Really?
Yeah, that's why you had to get out.
So you can do med kit, you can do any other.
Yep.
Wow.
Apart from slurp, I guess because you have to like use that animation to like drink it. I'm not even sure, but it's an odd one. It's Refsguard and Ziandi, one of our teams that are at the top of the leaderboard. Third place for them going into this game, so they need a big performance. Ziandi though on 1 HP in the health, decent shield. Storm Surge becomes a factor, so big moments here for this end game. They do get themselves a bunker as well, so Ziandi can heal his way back up inside of the safety of this bunker. Thomas HD still inside of this vehicle as well. If anyone notices that he's in there, his game could be over. And I'm always worried when players sat in the passenger seat because I'm worried that a team could come along and think, oh, a free vehicle, let me drive that. And they don't realize they have an unwanted guest, an unwanted passenger. Because it's always a bit difficult then.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're the solo in that situation, you're just getting a free ride in wherever you need to go. But Thomas, of course, unsurprisingly enough, popping out there, hitting a snipe, going right back in the car, and just chilling. And Nas still in this one, too. Pink has gone down. Lots of solos here for this one, folks. That's going to make this one very, very interesting in the finish because all it takes is one duo to be up and could potentially cause some disruption. But now, going to try to get Pink back. No way. This is not happening. Multiple teams fighting in front of Thomas HD, and he's just flipping by in the car. You love to see it here.
He's like he's watching a game of tennis. He looks left, he looks right, he looks left, he looks right, as he's just enjoying the comfort of the backseat of this vehicle. Somehow, Thomas HD is clutching up placement points, and this could be the clutch that wins them the event if it does turn out that way. As Thomas HD hits the snipe, as Swifty gets hit with a Swift shot from Thomas HD. Now, of course, he's exposed himself. Will that be the play? It might not be, of course. Now he's lost that vehicle that's providing so much cover in the past, and now, unfortunately, he's going to have to fall down because so many players are looking at him. A moment of madness there. A rash decision, maybe, but of course, he had to back himself in that situation. And so does Anas, who backs himself and hits a big shot at the back, but unfortunately can't make it into the zone. Pink having to spot one of these slurp juices as well, has to make his way in. It's a long rotate. It's a treacherous one. It's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy at all. Here's Vixen. Blacha still in this. Mixon does go down, but Blacha going to hold on. That does look like, I believe that was Pink and Anas both out as well. So this is going to be a tough finish. A lot of the teams outside of the top 10 fighting, vying for a top spot. Blacha ends up going down there. You see Refsguard and Ziandi, probably one of the few top 10 teams still in this one. And they're just doing everything they can to hold on. Gentle Dark, though, still here. Ziandi now being left as a solo. Can he clutch up? He's looking for it. No, he goes down as well. So many from the top 10 are out. Now it is all down to this. A 2v2. Who can survive on? It's actually Gentle is down. You got Fahid, Yonks up above. This is two Middle East teams going head-to-head.
Yeah, this is a huge battle right now as Dark has to try and clutch up. Middle East versus Middle East. Falcon versus Falcon as well in some regard. He takes the L. Let's start, mate. He knew his game was over. And he decides to have some fun in the process. At that point, you're on the low ground. You're lower HP than the team up on top. And he takes the L. of all emotes to do. But unfortunately, he quite literally does take the L in that game and take second.
I think he knew, right? He's like, hey, listen, I did what I could. But I'm just going to let it go.
I love that. I actually love it when pro players emote. Can we see more pro players emote? Because that is absolutely fantastic. I mean, Dark, he knew his game was over. Why not hit the emote? It's fantastic.
Of course, you know what? Like, just emote. Have some fun with the rest of the lobby. You know how it's going to end anyway. There's not going to be a world where we saw a 1v2 clutch from that position, of course. But you know what? Great final few games, and it comes down to this, though. That was game 5.
Oh, yeah.
We only have one more left. Malibu and Thomas HD have now had 2 games outside of the top 10 in the second half. Not the second half they anticipated. They could climb, or they could fall down.
Yep.
Lots of the other top 10 teams falling earlier than expected in this game. And of course, other teams beginning to show up and rise. One game remains, but so many questions still left unanswered. We'll have to wait and see how this plays out. But man, could you believe some of these moments?
Yeah, I mean, Refscard and Ziandi made their way into the late game. I think that was our best performing team that were in sort of that top 5, top 8 maybe even situation. So these guys should be boosting their way up on the leaderboard quite a lot. Yeah. You saw how Gentle managed to clutch it right there. Little elimination, of course, as well. And this was the moment we get to relive. From Yonk's POV, you can see the take the L. Oh, they already know.
Yeah.
4 elimination victory out there for the Falcon boys. You love to see it. Coming out on top. Finally, we get a different team winning the game.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, finally, Fahad and Yonks walking away with this one. Congratulations. Big game for them. And so I can't wait to see how this continues, though. Because, again, now this is a new team. For the first time all day winning. There's only 2 teams that have won a game up to this point. Now in game number 5, we get a different vision, different game. But top 10 is it, right? Obviously, lots of players are going to be walking away with some money, and lots of players should be excited about their performance here today because it really has been special. But top 10 is where it all counts, and so as of now, your top 10 finally dethroned is Malibu and Thomas HD for the first time all day. Goes to Ziandi and Refscard taking that lead, but looking at this, Anas and Ping tied with them as well. Of course, Malibu and Thomas HD going to take it with eliminations, but looking all the way down, Bad Sniper, X-Sweeze, 240 points. That's the barrier to entry as of right now in 10th place. So that's not a lot. In one game, we've seen players get anywhere between 80 and 100 points.
Yeah.
So easily, someone with a massive final game can take any of these bottom 5 spots. So we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. And boy, can I not wait.
Someone named that I'm not seeing right there. Anderlecht and Nikov. Oh no, they've dropped out of that top 10, but there's a silver lining. It's okay. Of course, because we know that Malibuka and Thomas HD have already qualified through.
Yes.
It actually goes to top 11, maybe further down.
And Kanata Ages
as well, Refscard as well. So it's going to drop down a little bit. So good news, Nikov and Alex, they're in 11th. So they're still in contention if the leaderboard stays the same. If it was just a freeze right now, they would be going through to Gamers 8 at the beginning of July. So things are looking good for them. Didn't quite drop down as much as as we expected. Of course, they did drop out of that top 10, though, of course. But let's have a look at Repairs and Nishtin, who are just outside of that top 10 as well. It's them in 13th place. Doing pretty solid so far. Not amazing games, not crazy good games. We haven't had amazing performances from these guys, but they've been making their way through the mid-game well enough to get to that 13th spot.
Absolutely, and clearly they're finding enough success against Enpen and D-Roller, because again, remember, that's the team they're going head-to-head against off-spawn. And so, for them, it's some good success there. You got to love it. But, of course, in 12th place is going to be Corny and Svi. They had a very, very phenomenal game. Again, Corny being the pro killer, as we said moments ago, changing his name to one of the other names in the lobby. We could see it, honestly. But he took out Queasy Veno. Right? He took out Murstache Tayson, taking out the names that are ultimately vying for one of these spots, too. And then they also find themselves right outside of it. So, definitely going to be close. And then, of course, 11th place, as you already know, Anderlecht and Nikov right there on the cusp. 2 wins on the day, but unfortunately run into some not so great performances and ran into some teams that just were showing up in a big way here in the last 2 games. So they're going to need a good one to stay even in contention, let alone in the top 10.
Yeah, for sure. I think they made it very, very difficult for themselves going into this game 6. Of course, going down very, very early on in that game number 5. So, yeah, I'm sure that they would have wanted game 5 to go a little bit differently, but these are the cards that they've been dealt right now. This is what they have to deal with.
Yeah.
The 6th game is all that matters. They have to keep their heads focused on that game, and we've seen they have potential to win. They can win. They can make it into those late games. So they just need to rekindle that fire, try and figure out what worked from those games and what isn't working in the other ones.
Yeah.
Try and muster up some sort of success in game number 6 because they're more than capable.
They definitely are more than capable. We'll see how it ends up playing out for them, but regardless, though, it is almost over.
It is.
It has been an incredible weekend of Fortnite action. Getting to hang out with you, of course, all weekend. It's been a blast.
Likewise.
But we are one game away from crowning the final Gamers 8 qualifiers and crowning some of the biggest prizing across third-party tournaments as a whole. $250,000 on the line. Now, $2 million on the line for Gamers 8. So it all comes down to this, man. With multiple events over the course of the last few months.
Yep.
All leading to this moment. And of course, we get to break it down for all of you at home. If there's one final claim that you can make for the day, what do you see happening in Game 6?
Chaos. Chaos. Teams that aren't at the top of the leaderboard, teams that don't necessarily have it in them to have like a little bit of a consistent game, make top 10, they will need a big game. And again, dreams will be made and dreams will be shattered. As we head into game number 6, the final opportunity in the final DreamHack to qualify to Gamers 8, and these off-spawn battles is where heroes are made. Ziandi drops down early. This could be bad. It's Lazen and his teammate that are spoiling the party of Refsgard and Ziandi right now. If Refsgard can clutch up right here, this could be good for him though. Takes out Lazen. 1v1 situation. I do back Refsgard here, and he will go ahead and do it. He does.
Wow.
It's Refsgard who can clutch up as a solo. Huge moments for him. And Ziandi and Refsgard make it off spawn. Our team that are in first place going into this game still have a part to play in this game.
Yeah, that was not looking good there for a second. And sure enough, they are able to clutch that one up and stay in this. And wow, that was not how I anticipated that going after watching Ziandi go down the way that he did. A 2v1 could have been imminent, but fortunately for Refsgard, it was the opposite, a 1v2. But looking in the elimination feed, I see Nikov going down. Andalix trying to clutch up there too, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Now, of course, Japko taking out PKR. That is Cammy and Seti yet again going head-to-head. But wait, something's happening.
Oh my goodness, Malibuka and Thomas HD are W keying
No.
Refsgard to take out first place spot. And now Malibuka and Thomas HD have taken over the first place team in terms of this game. They still have a little bit to do to make it to first place spot. But what was once a jubilacious moment for Refsgard and Ziandi has just been spoiled by our second place team of Thomas HD and Malibuka. They have decided to take it by force, and they need a big game to make it happen.
What a beautiful execution. They were paying close attention. They knew that Refsgard and company were close enough, and that if one of them went down and they went for it, that they could potentially clean up that fight. And sure enough, it happened. First place is out by the hands of second place, and now Malibuka Thomas HD can claim rightfully that top spot yet again. Wow. I mean, it's one of those moments that doesn't happen often in Fortnite. Again, Queasy Veno versus Seti Cammy. Now we get to watch it here, of course, unfold. Refsgard, Ziandi go down at the hands of Malibuka and Thomas HD.
This is going to be a long game now for Refsgard and Ziandi as they watch on, if they even can watch.
Yeah.
With their hands over their eyes, just peeking through. Hopefully for them, they've done enough to qualify them through. Of course, Refsgard already qualifying to Gamers 8 with, of course, Hellfire. But Ziandi will definitely want that to happen himself.
Yeah.
And that's one of those players that definitely does deserve it. Bit of a grinder himself, so
Yeah.
excited to see how they do.
Cease and Blake, though, talk about them real quick. Top 5 team so far as of right now. They have not qualified on yet, and so they are pretty much solidifying what could be a good finish. But it all comes down to the Brutal Bastion expose, the fight that has been taking place and not taking place at times. So we'll see how it continues to play out for them. Remember, again, when these two teams end up fighting, they end up having some pretty serious issues. But when they don't fight, it seems to work out in either team's favor. So I don't know. We'll see how this fight continues on, but nevertheless, we keep moving.
I thought Refsgard actually did already make it through to Gamers 8 in one of the previous events, but I don't think he has. So that is a huge twist for Refsgard and Ziandi. I was under the impression that Refsgard already made it through, but of course, I think he only made it to the finals of Dallas with Hellfire. So
yeah.
I was under the impression that they'd already qualified through, but that makes things even more nervous for Refsgard and Ziandi. They really have to make things, or hope things go their way, as Blake and Cease have been very, very impressive in this final. I think a lot of people would have almost counted them out before they even started with their performance in the heats. So you never have to count out these guys because they just pull it out of the bag when it matters most. And side job, these boomerangs we haven't seen too much of. Seems to be fighting over this vault right now. It's M-Pen and D-Roller. Try and keep their dreams alive. They need to ensure that they are not going to go down at this crucial moment of the game.
Yeah.
I like this though from iDrop and Mappy. They understand that they need to make sure that they are still in this lobby, still fighting. Of course, they haven't had the best day in reality, so they probably could afford to take this fight with little consequences. But for another team, of course, Acorn and Okus, another one of our NA teams that we've seen a little bit of today. They're just outside, so lots of NA activity going on right now, just on the cusp. And
Love
Nas
it.
and Pink, who are looking for a big game right now. All they need is this game to be good, and they should be fine.
Remember, going into this, Anas and Pink, Thomas HD, Malibuca had the same points. They had 317 going into this game. So realistically, with Malibuca and Thomas HD taking out first place, that's great and dandy, but that doesn't secure them first place, as Anas and Pink are right on the heels. So they need to be careful. Don't get too complacent here, boys, because there's still a lot of Fortnite to be played.
Yeah, look at this, though, from Malibuca and Thomas. They've actually now taken the drop spot of Refsgard and Ziandi, and this is a really nice position. We saw Refsgard and Ziandi sitting here for a lot of the previous games.
Yeah.
So what they're able to do right now is just claim so much of this real estate, and an absolutely crucial way that this early game has played out. Able to pick up this vault, of course, as well. So Malibuca has one of those mythic flapjack rifles. Great rest of his loadout as well to continue, hopefully, their dominance for them. And they were a little bit behind Refsgard and Ziandi going into this game.
Yeah.
So it really is going to come down to the wire for them, of course. Refsgard and Ziandi did all they could off spawn, but it's just unfortunate for them that Malibuca and Thomas were landing just to the south of them, which meant that it wasn't too much of a rotation for them just to push on in and take out Refsgard.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see, though. Looking at the spread here, we're already seeing, again, some teams fighting in the Storm. Queasy Venno opting to go for the Storm play as well. See them rotating towards the dead side. I like that from them, especially considering where the zone is pulling this time. They definitely are going to have a pretty easy time making their way on that side, despite Tayson and Murstache potentially being over there still. So we'll see how that plays out for them. But of course now Hellfire and Nebs, another team in this one that we talked about before, were recently playing with Refsgard, now playing with each other. Could find some success in this game. I don't know that it'll be enough to get him in the top 10, but Marine going to get his teammate back into this. The Bush play not working on their favor. And players, I got to say this, they're dropping quicker here, Mini Miner. There's not too much left to this one.
Yeah, as we expected, as Marine actually gets picked up, but Kiro now falls down as well, so he's knocked. A couple of teams right now that is focused by Marine. He's stuck in an awful triangle. And that's exactly what you don't want in this situation for Vaniac and Kami, though. They'll be quite happy with that positioning. And that's easy pickup, but yeah, as you mentioned, it's a little bit less stacked, a little bit more active in these early stages of the game. As teams that aren't quite inside of that top 10 or a little bit above, it depends on who qualifies.
Yeah.
They need to try and get a little bit more aggressive. Vaniac and Kami, a talented team. Hasn't quite been their day, though. So far, they haven't quite had a crazy amount of success, but they do find themselves in the top 10, so I'm sure that'll be something that they'll be happy about. Of course, that's all that matters really for teams when you're in that sort of position. It's that Gamers 8 qualification when, you know, when you're a winning team, when you're a winner. I know these guys are, they want to focus on winning, and it hasn't been necessarily their optimal performance, because of course they are sat in 8th, but they'll be happy with still being in that top 10, and that's where the focus shifts for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this team in the first half versus the second half is very, very different, right? You saw them lose the vehicle there, and typically they're the type of team to turn and continue that fight on, continue to play some angles, maybe land some shots, but knowing how close they are to qualifying to Gamers 8, how that is still within grasp, they're opting to be a little bit more passive, which in my opinion is the right play anyway, but it's good to see these players being mindful of these decisions that they're having to make in the moment. And there it is, looking at the map though, Queasy Venom still over there on the right side, now finally making it in from Storm. And again, if they continue to play that water line, they should easily be able to get into that icy area, allowing them some decent positioning in the zone. But Anas and Pink have to get to stepping. Unfortunately, they have to do it the loudest way possible, and that is bringing in one of these vehicles with some big old tires on that bad boy as they just rev on into the zone.
Yeah, they do. This is an important game for these guys. I know Pink was hoping for the best. I saw his tweet earlier, making sure that they can have a good last game, but so far so good for them. Likewise, Malibuka and Thomas. Slightly different objectives for this team. They're not really interested in the top 10. They're interested in first place. Of course, they are already qualified through after winning DreamHack Dallas recently. So, you know, although they might not be happy with the position of sort of a team like Vaniac and Kami sat in 8th, Vaniac and Kami will be very happy with that. So the shift in focus, the shift in objectives right now is real. Season Blake, of course, another one of our top teams, sat in around 4th place going into this. So they also need a solid performance, which they've had all day. They're just keeping it very, very patient.
Some good news for the teams in the top 10. Some of the other top teams going into this one have, in fact, fallen.
Ooh.
Corny and Svi has fallen.
Wow.
Nijten and Repairs has fallen. That is 2 teams from the top 15 who are not going to proceed on, as they have fallen early. So that leaves players like Andalex and Nikov, Cammy and Japko, Queasy Veno, Fanajin and Moneymaker, all set up for not an easy entrance into the top 10, an easy entrance into qualification, but an entrance nonetheless.
There's potential. There's a gap in the door, and they're hoping to get through. Of course, Vaniac and Kami, every placement point matters. This is really where we get to sift through the teams. Of course, we saw a lot of aggression early on, 66 players alive right now. A lot of those teams that do need to be aggressive have fought. They've either won and they're set up for success for the end game, or they have been eliminated. So I wouldn't expect there to be too much more all-out aggression.
Yeah.
Until we get to a few later zones, but of course that island does pop up. There's a couple of teams that do go for it. Seems to be a couple of our teams that are trying to battle that out. Vidil and Mr. Savage, one of them.
Yeah, it'll be close. Looking at this though, these storm fights are driving me nuts. Mini Miner. I know it works sometimes, and maybe I just have the wrong input on it.
Yep.
But I definitely think these storm fights are lasting a little bit too long.
A little bit too long, but of course, you know, in these sort of games, it's absolutely vital that you do make your way in the right way. I'd rather be in the zone unscathed a little bit later on than, of course, getting in there too early and getting looked at by so many different players. I mean, some of our teams all the way down the bottom right there, still making their way in. All the way up Mega City, which is a little bit far, I must say. Of course, we have Pixie and Della on the north side of the map as well. It's a really nice position for them. Thomas HD and Malibuka on this south side of the zone, which should be a little bit more congested, but they seem to be a little bit more peaceful at the moment. They're quite happy with their positioning. What they've done so well all day is they've just been able to hold on to these bunkers and these heals. They haven't made too many big plays in this mid-game, and particularly now when they know that Refsguard and Ziandi are out, they don't need to. They don't need to make these big plays. They don't need to worry. Likewise, Anas and Pink. Also, up on the top of the leaderboard in contention for that Gamers 8 qualification. 0 eliminations for them, but also holding on to those heals and those bunkers very, very well so far. And I like this position from them just on the edge. Unlikely to pull the next zone, though, so this is where things get a little bit difficult for them. Vanyak and Kami have hopped on board with these a few times. Taking some shots at the team on the island, actually looking eye to eye, which is not very often you get to see that, as they do get hit, actually, with a big Cybertron cannon into their box. Taking some shots on top of that island. Doing a very good job at it so far. Not quite able to find success right now, but they're staying alive. They're staying healthy, and this is a really nice zone pull for them, just on the edge of this building, Panda.
Great to see here. But it continues to pull heavy north. This is surprising for me.
Yeah.
You know what? I do like it. Don't get me wrong. I do like that the zone is going in this direction, but we've been seeing a lot of southern zones over the weekend, so great change of pace here. Love the snowy area, of course. Brutal Bastion is my favorite spot on the map. But unfortunate news, Hellfire and Nebs are going to be out of this one at the hands of a deal. Big pickup there for that team, but unfortunate as Hellfire and Nebs will be out of contention for Gamers 8.
Out of contention, unfortunately, is Vanyak and Kami hitting the emotes. Hopefully they don't celebrate too early, of course, because they're not guaranteed as of right now. But they are doing very well to focus the spray onto focus Asa and the Galax, the team that's nearby, and they're actually just being completely obliterated by those two cannons that are going on through. It's actually Pluto that's just causing havoc on the rest of the lobby. Thomas HD and Malabuka, it's time to go for them, and hopefully for them it's not time to go back to the lobby, as they are getting looked at by Badil and Mr. Savage all the way on top of this floating island, just about evading with some semblance of a vehicle. 148 HP on this one. Might have found another one here to the left. They switch, they stay. I think they switch, they do. As now they get a nice, more healthy vehicle to make their way through, and this is where the decision has to be made. Where do they go? Where do they rotate? You can see the decisions being made right now by Malabuka. What's going to happen? Where are they going? I think they're just driving around underneath this floating island, because of course the team up above, there's no chance they can see them. Blake taken out twice, Hero. NM7 also taking out Blake, so now it's a 1v1 situation. It's Cease versus NM7. This is not an ideal situation for Blake at all. As Cease tries to hit the shot, doesn't quite get the splash damage, has to hit the next one, he does! And can they close out the fight? This is Cease's time. Can he shine? There's another team coming in though. It's Neno and Mushi take them out and come and clean up. And what was looking so good for Blake and Cease has just turned into an absolute disaster. All the way back here at Brutal Bastion.
Wow. And that's going to be a close finish for them. Remember, they were in the top 5 going into this. After that game, they are roughly around the 293-point range. That is going to be a close finish there for them. Hopefully that's enough to get them over to Gamers 8, but it's okay though. Hometown heroes of this region, I should say.
Yeah, the continent.
The continent of Europe. Thomas HD Malabuka just hanging in there. Said, you know what? We've probably qualled. We're probably good. But I still want to hang out. I want to see how the rest of these teams do. And of course, a big game here from Wait. You guessed it. Tayson and Merstash. Still alive in this one. I don't know if they'll be able to play for one of those qualifying spots to Gamers 8, but still good to see them here getting closer to the end game.
Thomas HD and Malabuka leave the rotate a little bit too late. Try and focus on Glubsy, who was flying up in the sky. Now they're going to do the same, I think, with this Rift. They're going to do it a little bit late so they can not get looked at by the whole lobby. But of course, Thomas HD and Malabuka have already qualified to Gamers 8, so their focus right now is on claiming another crown here at DreamHack. Of course, they won DreamHack Dallas. Can they do it again, as they're now playing with fire a little bit, gliding through the entire center of the lobby, trying to get to that dead side as well. But of course, more often than not, this less congested dead side is the one that is more contested. There's Nikov right there, so he's still in the game. Want to know what that will do for their performance as Thomas HD and Malabuka just hug this hill for now. They've still got their bunkers, they've still got all of their heals as well, and they're going to get a little bit more as well as Kefi gets taken down. Artur is the one that actually gets taken down there. Kefi needs to be the one that clutches up, but drops all the way down, tries to keep their game alive as Malabuka and Thomas HD get absolutely obliterated by these cannons. But luckily it doesn't affect their HP too much. Only a little bit of that splash damage, but now it will definitely affect their HP as Thomas HD gets hit by one. Has to drop back down and use a few of these heals. But I don't mind this. It's Cammy and Yapko all the way up on the top of this hill. Malabuka and Thomas, they spotted Kefi. Can they take him out? But no, Malabuka, a misplay, hits himself in the process, and now the focus is back on them.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to find himself in, too, as Cammy and Japko just up above, pressuring down. If he's not careful, he could also hit those tires and be launched down, too. So much up at stake here as he drops in. They're just trying to break that wall there for a moment, but naturally, they just have to go down. Malibuga is going to be safe here, at least for a moment, as they find this. Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
This might be the best crevice in the entire map. And, of course, our top team of Malibuga and Thomas HD have found it. But at this point in the game, 2 eliminations, I don't know if it's enough to claim the top spot quite yet, especially with Pink and Anas, again, just on their heels. And remember, came into this game, same amount of points.
Yeah.
But, of course, Thomas HD, Malibuga having those 2 eliminations is going to give them that slight edge over Anas and Pink.
Yeah, it's a 2-horse race at the moment, I think, for that top spot. Pink and Anas versus Malibuga and Thomas HD, and they're going to add another one to their elimination, are they? Yep, there we go. There's the third of the game. So great job from these guys. Malibuga does spot the healing of Mr. Savage, but has to make the rotate round. This is where things get a little bit difficult. Of course, these icy areas have such big hills, and Malibuga has to use this mud on the ice to slide all the way through, as Thomas now is all the way back as well. He has to try and make his way up, getting shot in the back in the process as well. It's Vidil that does that damage. Thomas HD looking back. I think he's going to have to try and shoot back at Vidil right now, and maybe he's going to come up on this zipline. He does. Thomas tries to time it. Doesn't quite time it right enough, of course. And Vidil is the one that ends up taking him out. And Vidil has to solo clutch right now. He doesn't know there's not much in this med mist, so that's going to be a little bit of a disaster for him. Might end up going down in Stormers. Cammy and Japko are able to rain down fire in the rest of the lobby in the prime position. That's Pink and Anas out of the game. So that might have just won Thomas and Malibuga the event.
That's going to be a close one, too, because I saw there just for a moment, Pink and Anas had some eliminations, which is going to keep this one close. But now, Mixon here in the fold. 1 elimination each going up against, it is Cammy and Japko, also in contention here for climbing into the top 10. Remember, Cammy and Japko already have qualified onto Gamers 8, but still, you know they want the big money prizing that they find up there at the top.
And this is another one of our top teams as well. Mixon and Blatcher, 5th place going into this game, so they could even steal it all if they come out with a victory on, especially if they're hitting shots like that. Japko goes down, Cammy down to white HP. Mixon hits the shots and he takes out both. There's a huge elimination for both of those guys. Will they go on for the loot? I think they have to, as now it is a 2v2v2 situation. Vortexes, Axfalls, Noah and his teammate Blaster also in the game. This is huge. This could be Mixon and Blatcher's time. They need to hit those shots. They need to find these eliminations if they want to find success, and they are. There goes Axfalls going down. Vortexes has to try and clutch up. They're taking each duo one by one, and Mixon and Blatcher could be about to win this final game.
This is going to be huge. They can't come complacent, though, as Noah and Blaster there are in the distance. They're going to exchange shots here. Big shot comes through. Mixon using the breacher, just trying to take out any kind of builds that they have remaining. The bunkers are not safe with Mixon on the other side. Big shots come through with Blaster as well, using the cannon. But no, Blaster taking a lot of damage. Mixon exchanging as well. Can he hold on? Noah doing what he can, but Blaster takes a big shot. This is coming down to the wire.
It really is. Blaster and Mixon once looking good, not so much anymore on the HB. Blaster and Noah clap back, and they're clapping back in style. Mixon getting caught inside of his own bunker right now, as Blaster has to try and rain down fire with these cannons. Blaster and Noah do get the zone advantage, though Blaster and Mixon do have to rotate in. This is where it gets exciting, because who knows who's going to come out on top. It all comes down to who can hit the shots in these final moments. Such a more peaceful end game, because Blaster and Mixon know what's on the line. If they want any chance of getting that crown from the day, they need to win this game, as Mixon takes a lot of damage as well. Blaster almost taking a lot himself, and he does. Back down to that white HP. Gets knocked down as well. It's Blaster and Noah that take him out. Dropping on down to Mixon. It's a 2v1. Can he clutch? And no is the answer. But a great game from Blaster and Mixon. Noah and Blaster take game 6.
But we have to say it. Blaster and Mixon, right? They may have done enough to climb into the first spot, stealing it from Malibuga Tyson, or Malibuga Thomas HD, as well as Pink and Anas. It is going to be a point-by-point difference here in the top 3. I can't wait to see how that finishes, but of course, that's it. The top 10 are almost officially crowned for all of you at home that are going on to Gamers 8. And it was a close one.
It was. So close. I mean, that was an intense end. At one point there, Blaster and Mixon had the advantage. They actually had the health advantage. They had the height advantage. They didn't make it count. I think there was a little bit of nerves in there. They didn't want to push in onto Blaster and Noah. Of course, Blaster and Noah able to heal up, get themselves back to full HP, and ultimately come out on top right there. thanks to a favorable zone, but look at this. This from Refsguard at the beginning, which definitely for them would have thought they made them qualify. But of course, Malabuka, Thomas HD had other ideas.
I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better final game to all of this than this one. It was quite literally full of everything you could have asked for. Malabuka, Thomas HD take out first place.
Yep.
Then it's a race to the final moment to see who has enough points to claim the top spot here in the top 3. And of course, other teams just outside of contention, making their way potentially into contention. We saw Queasy Veno there in those final moments. Could they have done enough? We saw Cammy and Japko. Could they have done enough? Despite them already going to gamers, they still want, again, a bigger cut of the prizing there as they were just out of the top 10. And then, of course, did Mixon and Blatcha do enough to take the top spot? Despite not taking the win here, still could have been enough for the win overall.
Yeah, it's going to be close, of course. We know how high of a point differential Malabuka and Thomas had. I think if Blatcher and Mixon did win that game, they might have been in with a good chance, but I'm not sure. Things can ultimately change right there at the end. And a big GGs and big congrats to Noah and Blaster, who do manage to come out on top in our final game. But what an ending to a day filled with action. Zero build. It doesn't disappoint, does it?
No, listen, you could say all you want at home. It's like, oh, I love the standard BR. Oh, I love Zero Build more. Whatever the case may be, you cannot deny that Zero Build is so entertaining to watch.
Yes.
As a viewer, it is always exciting to see the chaos ensue, see your favorite names going head-to-head, see who can be consistent enough to stay at the top, despite all the adversity that you face in Zero Build.
Yep.
It just makes it so exciting. So you can't deny the entertainment factor, but it's time. We know who is going on, and at least who's winning this event as well. And of course, up there at the top is Malabuka and Thomas HD taking the back-to-back wins from DreamHack Dallas and DreamHack Summer. We already knew they were going to Gamers 8, but now we know them as double champions. And of course, Pink and Anas getting their qualifying spot as well. Congratulations to them. Blatcha, Mixon also qualifying on. Zandy, Refsguard qualifying in too. And of course, Cammy Japko already qualified.
Yep.
But I'll let you get the second half of this list because, man, it is exciting for these teams.
We had a big question. Was it enough for Season Blake? And it was. They went down way earlier than they would have liked in that last game. A great performance from them. Dark and Gentle, another team from the Middle East that have managed to make their way to Gamers 8. Big congratulations to them. A team that started us off with, of course, 2 victories in the first half, and Alex and Nikov doing such a great job getting those wins. They are also going to Gamers 8 as well. Queasy and Veno have made their way into the top 10, so a fantastic job from them. Of course, Kami and Vanyak, they were in 8th place going into that game, so that's what it's all about. This is such a crucial and important situation, an important moment for these teams, because all the teams that you see on the screen right now will be playing at Gamers 8.
But not only this, remember, there are some champions here on this top 10 that already had qualifying spots on. See Thomas HD Malabuka already qualified on. Japko and Cammy already qualified on. So there is a couple more spots up for grabs. So we'll have to see what that looks like here in a moment. But it is, with everything going on here, it was a close finish. You couldn't have asked for a better day of Fortnite. I mean, it really was spectacular games all around.
Yeah, huge credit to the players that provide all of this action for us. You know, of course, you guys at home as well for watching all the action go down and supporting all of your favorite players. They are the real stars of the show because they provide us these huge moments, these clutch moments, those moments where Thomas and Malabuka are W-King Refsguard to try and take it all, which of course ended up being what won them the event. Huge moments like that are what happens in Zero Build. What happens in Fortnite, and I can't wait to see it all go down at Gamers 8 either. And of course, let's take a look at some of our top teams. It is, of course, Blatcher and Mixon with a great performance there at the end, which, of course, it wasn't enough to win them the event, but it definitely put them in that top 3.
Yeah, and again, had they gotten that win, it could have been really close. But, of course, you know, Malabuka Thomas HD did quite a bit in that final game. It did push them up, but nevertheless, a different performance there. Could have gotten Blatcha and Mixon into that top spot. But, of course, second place, we got to talk about it. The Gamers 8 Zero Build champions of 2022. It is Pink and Anas right back up there going on to Gamers 8. They hadn't qualified up until this point.
Yeah.
Now they have, and they're going to go ahead and compete, of course, for all the marbles there in Gamers 8. $2 million in prizing, and of course, already taking second place in prizing here, which is massive. And they did it through consistency. Look at that average placement.
Yeah.
Beautiful. They averaged 8th place throughout all 6 of their games. They never won a game, but they still did enough throughout to take home that second place spot.
Yeah, really great stuff from these guys. Wouldn't expect any less as well. They seem to just know how to play Zero Build together. In builds, it wasn't quite working out at some points, but Zero Build seems to be their time to shine. I think it just comes down to the experience of Pink and Anas together. They know how each other work, they know how each other operate, and that's ultimately what Zero Builds is all about. If you can have good chemistry, if you can have good vibes with your teammate, if you can work on the little things like communication, how to shoot the same player, where to place bunkers, how to place bunkers, and when, that's really where things, of course, matter. But we have to crown our champions once again.
Of course.
The back-to-back, the multi-continental champions of Malabuka and Thomas HD. Their second DreamHack victory in a row. These guys are a runaway train. Who's going to stop them?
I'm going to be honest with you. They're my early predictions to win the entire Gamers 8 event.
Wow.
And I think it's an easy prediction to make.
Yeah.
They've won back-to-back DreamHack events against all of the top players competing cross-regionally. So we already know what they can do against the opposition that they are going to be facing. Obviously, there'll be a few wild cards thrown in there that we have yet to see. But we do know that they can at least handle the opposition they've seen thus far.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is you can look at their sort of consistency compared to their eliminations. Although they weren't quite as consistent as Pink and Anas, of course, 11.67 the average placement. Average eliminations considerably more. 4.5 average eliminations per game is huge. And that, of course, that first game, 10 eliminations, second place.
Yeah.
Both of them are such good solo players that they can rely on each other. We saw a clutch in the first game from Malabuka. We saw that clutch from Thomas HD when he was in the back of the vehicle, of course, hitting snipes as well. So those are the teams that you have to look out for in Zero Builds, because all it takes is that one moment of magic from either individual. And of course, it can turn the tides.
Well, and of course, we saw the tides turn. Again, Malabuka, Thomas HD, only one time weren't in the top spot.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire day, every leaderboard we showed, it was only game after game 5 did they not have the top spot. So with that level of consistency in play, it's going to be tough to see anybody beat them. But man, it has been a wonderful day. Of course, we still have a few more people to see who is actually going on to Gamers 8. But you have to just take a moment and congratulate Malabuka Thomas HD on $45,000 earned back to back.
That's insane.
It's wild. You don't get to see consistency at this high of a level often.
No.
Queasy Venno, Major 2. We saw them obviously win 2 big events back to back. And of course, now here it is. Malabuka Thomas HD doing the same thing. It just makes me that much more excited to watch them in Global. And of course, Gamers 8 coming up. Like, they are showing up no matter the game mode. And showing us that they are truly some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, this is a team that we've been looking at for a while. 2 very veteran players in the EU region. Another team, of course, you mentioned right there, Queasy and Venno. They were out of contention for a lot of today, but it was that final game, that clutch, of course. We saw their rotation going all the way around to the water. The little classic rotation that we like to see from Queasy. And that's what got them into that late game to allow them to get into that top 10 position. So great job from them, because I don't think they had quite as good of a day as what they're capable of today. And even still, they're still qualifying through. That's a sign of a top team.
No, you're for sure right, but it's time. We have to tell you all of the teams that have qualified on, and here we go. Sure enough, it is actually Noah and Blaster with the win there, as well as Bad Sniper and X-Squeeze going to take the bottom 2 spots there, and this is your DreamHack Gamers 8 qualifying teams here from DreamHack Summer. Big congratulations to Anas and Ping, Blacha, Mixin, Zandy, Refsguard, Cease and Blake, Dark and Gentle, and Alexa Nikov, Queasy and Venno, Carmi and Vanyak, Noah and Blaster, and Bad Sniper and X-Squeeze. Big congratulations to the 10.
Yeah, big congratulations to those guys. I didn't even realize how big of a game that was for Noah and Blaster as well. Winning that game might have just qualified them to Gamers 8. I thought they were a little bit down. I thought they were down and out, but they picked up eliminations too. They picked up that victory on. That's what it's all about. That's what this format can provide. You can just boost you all the way back up the leaderboard, and that's what we saw from Noah and company right there. Fantastic stuff from them.
Well, it has been a fantastic day of Fortnite action. And of course, thank you so much for being an incredible duo throughout the weekend. My man, Mini Miner, go follow him on all socials. It has been a blast breaking down these games for you. But that's going to be it for DreamHack Summer. Thank you all so much at home for watching, and we'll see you on the Battle Bus. Beep, 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 beep.
In the heart of an ancient desert, the land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.